Board meeting. I'd like to welcome you all. It's nice to see so many people to be with us tonight. We will begin tonight's meeting with a moment of silence, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Chris Rogers, our gifted resource teacher. National anthem will be sung by the chorus students at Tocanalaga High School under the direction of Janelle Regatta. Are they here tonight? Or they will be here? Great. Mission statement will be read by Rachel Strain, our social studies and AP resource teacher, followed by translation service by Dr. Listinia Penaloza, our executive director for multicultural. So if you would please rise with me for a moment of silence, and Chris Rogers, if you make your way to the podium for the pledge in just a minute. I'm sorry.
For the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held out the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight on the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ms. Strain?
Our mission statement: inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Dr. Listinia Penaloza, and I'm here to provide consulting services. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es la doctora Listinia Penaloza y estoy aquí para proveer servicios de traducción.
Thank you, Dr. Penaloza. We have a lot of people here to speak tonight, which is great. We're happy to have people here to speak. However, there is some decorum and some rules that we need to kind of keep in mind when we get to that portion of the meeting. We had a meeting here a week or so ago on Monday night, and to say the least, it was a little unruly. But there is a pamphlet back in the back where you picked up your thing to sign in, and I'm just going to read a couple pieces. It's kind of the rules of engagement for our meeting. We want to hear from you. We want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear any side equally, and if people are screaming and hollering, quite frankly, we can't do that and we can't listen. So we hope that the respect that one will receive, all will receive. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who shall become boisterous or use offensive language may be requested to leave the meeting. All participants or speakers shall refrain from belittling or insulting remarks or from making personal attacks. Per school board policy, citizens are expected to conduct themselves in an orderly and courteous manner during the meeting. Anyone becoming disruptive or behaving in a disorderly manner will be removed from the school board meeting. So there's a couple things about removal. Tonight's meeting, we are going to have it. We're going to have it orderly. We're going to listen to everybody speak. The board's going to speak on their issues and deliberate amongst themselves, but it has to be done in an orderly manner. If it is not, this is a warning. You will be asked to leave the meeting so we can continue on with the meeting as it should be. That will bring us to, with that note, I will pass to Mr. Melendez.
Yes, do we have the student here from the back? Ms. Lady Martinez? Okay, well, anyway, I guess we'll honor her at the next meeting, but just, I'm just very impressed with this person. I started a program for Student of the Month, and a lot of students do enroll. They do enroll at the Valencia Community College and at the regular school at the same time. This student triple enrolled. They're literally at TICO, which is the component, it's still part of the high school, but it's the college component at the high school, taking cybersecurity, and they're also enrolled at Valencia College at the same time. So they're literally taking 2 college level, classes at the same time that they're taking the high school curriculum. And I was very impressed by them. So I guess I'll save the rest for when they're here next week, but I had an award for them and a little Amazon gift card. So I thought, especially now at this time of year, we need a little bit of positivity and just kind of want to spread that cheer around. So at the end of the day, we're here for our students. And so when we have students doing great things, great academic achievements, then I want to be able to acknowledge that and award that. So unfortunately they're not here, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and acknowledge them at the next one. But also I visited some of the schools again. Toho High School has a little advertising agency program, which I thought was really cool. Since I wrote a little children's book on the SROs, because from the SRO task force, we found out that we want some of the SROs, the deputies, to go back into the classroom and kind of be able to interact with the students again. So I wrote this little book, and so Toho has an ad agency where we're going to actually go through the process of finding a student to illustrate it, put it together, and they're going to be able to do like a little business plan analysis about how many do we have to print and things like that. And so I'm really excited about that and seeing what's happening inside of the classroom from a positive perspective, because I think that our children are the reason why we're here. And no matter what happens out there in the smoke screen of life, that the main purpose of why we're here is to seeing our students achieve the highest potential. So I'm really excited about getting back into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So first I wanted to thank Dr. Peñalosa and her team over in the Multicultural Center for inviting me to be a speaker at their parent night. It was an amazing event. Parents got to find out how to help their students, as well as had a lot of fun and found out about how to help themselves to become educated. I also want to thank Dr. Johnson from the Florida Coalition to Prevent Veteran Homelessness and Mercy Foundation. They donated, I don't know how many pallets, 2 pallets you said? 2 pallets of hand sanitizers for our bus drivers and the rest of our staff, and I think that was amazing. Thank you so much for doing that. And finally, I just want to bring attention to an event that is happening for our students. Speaking of students, Mr. Melendez. So there is an event called, it's not an event, it's a college and career corner. And they're having in September several different events for our students to prepare themselves for college and beyond. So not just going to university. So today they're having the Zello workshop from 6 to 7, so that's already happening. But they're also having the college match and fit on September 14th, college application process, which I'm going through right now. And if you've gone through this, it is very difficult. So that's September 28th from 6 to 7. And then the college pathways and choosing the career major on September 29th. So any parents out there, any students, please keep in mind this is happening. So it's a way for you to get some additional help for your students. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Aguayo.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the parents for all their patience in the return to school process. Obviously, things are normalizing at this stage, and they've gotten better. So thank you for your patience. Number two, I'd like to thank all the people who are involved in the SAC organizations at their schools. I went to 4 different SAC meetings, met with parents throughout the county. And people are very happy to be engaged and looking forward to getting back into the grind, so to speak. I wanted to apologize for Multicultural for missing the function. I was at a SAC meeting that same day, couldn't get back in time, so otherwise I would have been there. Thank you very much to our kids getting back, dealing, obviously, having a new variant and dealing with it. We appreciate all of the kids continuing to work hard in school and trying to do their best while they're here. Thank you. That's all I got.
Yeah, first of all, thank all of you for attending. And I always want to thank our teachers because they are they're having a tough job right now, but they're doing a fantastic job. And I've been speaking with several of them, and they're really migrating through this pandemic while still teaching. And I want to thank all of you for what you do for our students at Osceola County. I want to thank the board for last meeting for approving our cafeteria monitors, and I see it's going to be put on our budget, so so all of you K-8 teachers, find your cafeteria monitors, now you'll have them. Our board attorney has put together our letter of intent for our Boys and Girls Club, so we will be presenting that to Dr. Pace for her signature, and then we're going to go into fundraising mode, and we're really excited to bring that to St. Cloud. I want to thank Raylan Ketchum. I don't know if she's out there, but it's going to be a great asset to St. Cloud. We're still moving forward with the installation of food pantries in our school through our partnership with Orlando Health. Leslie and Campbell and I have been working. We've identified 7 schools who would benefit the most immediately. So we're going to continue working on this project. I'll give you updates at the next meeting. I received an email from a math coach. I think she emailed all of us. She had real specific questions, and rather than respond to her in an email, I gave her a call and had a long conversation with her, and she wanted to know how could she present her ideas and concerns. And so I reached out to Dr. Pace, and so she's going to schedule some focus groups to include this coach along with 10 to 15 other coaches to identify areas of importance that we can grow on. And one interesting idea she said, as a school board member, you should know what it's like to be a teacher. And I said, well, I visit the schools, I meet with the principals. She said, no, it's not the same. You got to be boots on the ground with the teachers. So I said, well, give me your worst day. When I say your worst day, your more stressful day. So I haven't met this lady. I haven't met her yet, but I'm looking forward to it. So Kissimmee Middle School in September, I'm spending a Friday as a teacher with her. And I'm just going to shadow her all day long just to help me become a better board member as well, to see what they go through. And then lastly, we need bus drivers. If any of you have any friends, family, anybody who wants to make some extra money, we really we need bus drivers. So Mr. Shatera is over here on the left. He would be glad to take your name and number. Okay, and that's all I have. Thank you, folks.
And give you the training you need.
Please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Thacker, I see we have our team here from Resources to talk about proclamation for Constitution Week, but I did want to share, there are some very dedicated folks in the state committed to making sure that our students have a well-grounded education in our Constitution and what it stands for and what it means. A gentleman named Joseph has traveled all over the state providing Constitution booklets to every 5th grade student. Our friends from the Daughters of American Revolution chapter here locally in Osceola County have supported that effort. And I had the honor and privilege, along with Ms. Shanuski and Ms. Valerie and the entire team at Thacker Avenue, and along with our social studies resource team, to be a part of the distribution to one of the 5th grade classes of a Constitution booklet last week by Mr. Joseph and the Daughters of the American Revolution. So I want to thank them. It's a tremendous gift that this very, very dedicated volunteer, after having lived a life of service in our military, is now wanting to give back to our country and to our nation. And then just 2 quick reminders, board members, at your seats tonight, you see an updated calendar reflecting the board workshops that you guys have requested that we add, along with an additional rulemaking cycle for the purpose of looking at our school safety and security policies. And then we need an executive session upstairs for the purposes of discussing labor negotiations. That's all I have.
With that introduction, Adrian Lugo, and come on up and introduce your group and introduce your proclamation, please. Welcome.
Good evening, members of the school board, parents, colleagues, community members, Dr. Chris Rogers in red, Ms. Rochelle Strang in blue, and I, Adrian Lugo, wearing white, red, white, blue, are deeply honored to announce this year's proclamation for Constitution Week. As district resource teachers for social studies K through 12, this month, which is American Founders Month in conjunction with Celebrate Freedom Week and Constitution Day, holds a special meaning for us in our subject areas. While developing our curriculum unit plans in accordance with state statutes and U.S. public law, we've taken great care to ensure that our students, that they see the exceptional place and role in history that America holds, while instilling in them the fundamental purposes and guiding principles of citizenship laid out in our United States Constitution. Those being, to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Those radical words, at the time that they were written, continue to shape our country and has helped us rise above the many challenges history has shown us. Those words also hold special significance to me and the many men and women who have served in our nation's U.S. Armed Forces. For this and many numerous reasons, we are both honored and humbled to help dedicate this week of instruction to the U.S. Constitution in full knowledge that our posterity, that's the students of Osceola County, will learn and one day grow to continue the noble work of forming a more perfect union. All right. So we'll go ahead and begin the proclamation. Whereas it is the privilege and duty of the American people to commemorate the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America with appropriate ceremonies and activities, and
Whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week.
Now, therefore, we, the Osceola County School Board, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, and urge all citizens to study the Constitution and reflect on the privilege of being an American with all the rights and responsibilities which that privilege involves. Thank you.
thank you.
So moved.
Second. Oh, sorry, John.
I have a motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Arguello to approve September 17th through September 23rd as Constitution Week. Board, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you all very much. Constitution Week. Next is proclamation of Hispanic Heritage Month. Dr. Penaloza.
Good evening, Chairman Thacker, board members, Dr. Pace, and leadership team. With 62% of our district-wide student population being Hispanic, we want to share about Hispanic Heritage Month, which is observed each year from September 15th to October 15th, when many Latin American countries observe their independence. Hispanic Heritage Month was established in 1989 to give us an opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate the diverse Hispanic cultures existing in our communities. I invite you to visit the display in our lobby with the theme, "We all have something within us that this world needs." Please help me welcome two students from our dual language program at Eastlake Elementary to present the proclamation of Hispanic Heritage Month. Riley Spangler will present it in Spanish, and Jensen Spangler will present it in English.
Proclamation, National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas the Hispanic colony has a long and important history of colony. To our nation's core values and whereas the numerous homebreed nations of Hispanic Americans have helped shape our community and positively impact our nation and whereas we applaud the accomplishments of Hispanic Americans and therefore the school board of Osceola County, Florida, proclaims the month of September 15th, 2021 as National Hispanic Heritage Month, while encouraging all citizens to recognize the importance of Hispanics in creating and building this great nation.
I think that deserves it.
Considera proclamación, Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, considerando que la comunidad hispana tiene un largo y importante historial de compromiso con los valores fundamentales de nuestra nación y considerando que las numerosas contribuciones de los hispanoamericanos han ayudado a moldear nuestra comunidad y impactó positivamente nuestra nación y considerando que nosotros aplaudimos los logros de los hispanoamericanos y ahora, por lo tanto, la Junta Escolar del Condado de Osceola, Florida, proclama desde el 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre de 2021 como el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana y exhorta a todos los ciudadanos a reconocer la función importante de los hispanos de crear y desarrollar esta gran nación.
Jensen Spangler is a kindergarten student, and Riley Spangler is a second grade student at East Lake
Mr. Aguirre made a motion, now second.
Second.
No, Robert, you got it.
Got a motion by Mr. Aguirre, second by Mr. Bass. I just have one quick comment. It's, there's some things we do on the school board that aren't much fun, but hearing a kindergartner and a second grader read that and the national anthem being sang are one of the gifts that you get for being on the school board. So, as you can see, we have a tremendous talent and abilities in this school district. So, any other comments?
No, thank you to the father for his service, and are those native Spanish speakers?
Yes.
Yeah, wow, because that was incredible. I was like, well, geez.
Big words.
Yes, I
Yes.
couldn't do that at that age, or this age.
Okay.
Have a motion by Mr. Aguirre, second by Mr. Bass to approve proclamation of Hispanic Heritage Month. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Pace, you have some administrative reports?
Yes, Chairman Thacker and members of the board, if I could please invite Ms. Adriana Fracasso to the podium. Board members, it is my pleasure tonight to recommend for your consideration Ms. Adriana Fracasso to become our new Coordinator of Transportation. She originally started her career as an office manager at Carrion and Guzman, PA. However, she's worked for the district in our transportation department for the last 15 years as an accounting clerk too, a computer routing technician, an area manager, and a supervisor of operations. She received her bachelor's degree in architecture from Lutheran University in Brazil, 2 bachelor's degrees in language, Italian and Portuguese from Rio Grande do Sul University, also in Brazil, an associate's degree in business administration from Valencia College, and a bachelor's degree in social sciences from the University of Central Florida. Ms. Fracasso is fluent in English, Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese. And as Mr. Creech calls her, she is their little firecracker. And even at 4:30 in the morning, on the first day of school, Ms. Fracasso said, we got this, miss, we're gonna get those kids to school, and she's done it ever since, so I applaud your leadership and I recommend you wholeheartedly for this position.
Motion approved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Ms. Castillo. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations and good luck. If you'd like to say anything or introduce anybody, your floor is yours.
Dr. Pace, board members, thank you for the opportunity to serve our students, our schools, our community. I am so honored and I'm ready for this chapter. I'm ready to go. A special thank you for my leadership, Mr. Creech and Mr. Wheeler. They are amazing. You have no idea what those guys are doing to make it happen. Knowing that we have 45 routes open, but we are doing it. Last but not least, to the man that has been dealing with me for 31 years, my husband. Thank you, husband. You're my God. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good luck. At this point, I believe we will recess the regular school board meeting and we will convene and call to order the public hearing on the final, to adopt the final millage and budget. Ms. Graber?
Get the PowerPoint up. Sarah's coming.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and start real quick. Good evening, members of the board. Tonight is the final public hearing on the proposed millage rates and annual budget for fiscal year 2021-22. Tonight's public hearing will include remarks regarding the proposed millage and budget. There will be an opportunity for public and board member comment. We will request that you adopt a resolution setting the proposed total millage levy to support the 2021-22 annual budget. And we'll also request that you adopt a resolution approving the 2021-22 annual budget as presented. So let's start by explaining what TRIM is. The Truth in Millage or TRIM legislation was enacted in 1980 and the requirements are detailed under section 200.065 of Florida statutes. The statute dictates the form, size, and placement of budget advertisements as well as the order of business during the budget hearings. TRIM requires 2 public hearings for open discussion of the millage rates and the proposed budgets of all taxing authorities. So what is a mill? A property tax levy of $1 per $1,000 of taxable property value. The Florida Education Finance Program, or FEFP, is the mechanism by which state and local funds are allocated to Florida school districts. The Florida legislature sets the required local effort millage and the prior period funding adjustment millage rates that must be levied by the school board. The school board must levy the required local effort millage and prior period funding adjustment millage in order to receive any state funding under the Florida Education Finance Program. The total proposed millage related to school funding for the 2021-2022 school year is 5.897 mils. This millage will generate revenue for the general operating and capital outlay funds. As previously mentioned, the millage rates are determined by the Florida legislature, and this is the maximum millage that the school board is allowed to levy without a specific voter-approved referendum. The district must levy the required local effort and the prior period funding adjustment in order to receive approximately $318.8 million in state FEFP funding. In addition, we must levy the full basic discretionary millage to receive $18.7 million in compression funding from the state. The proposed total millage rate related to school funding of 5.897 mils represents a decrease of 0.129 mils when compared to the 2020-21 rate. As required by TRIM, we must compare the proposed millage rate to the rollback rate. The rollback rate is the millage rate that would generate the same amount of revenue as last year if applied to the current year's adjusted taxable value. Under TRIM, the rollback rate is the basis for determining if tax rates have increased or decreased. So this slide compares the proposed millage rates to the rollback rates. The current state law rollback rate is 3.6693 mils. The current proposed state law millage rate for 2020-21 is 3.649 mils. I'm sorry, that's 21-22. The proposed rate is 0.55% less than the rollback rate. The rollback rate for the total millage is 5.8526 mils. The proposed total millage rate is 5.897 mils. The proposed total rate is 0.76% greater than the rollback rate. So based on this information, we advertised a notice of tax increase on Thursday, July 29th. The Osceola County tax levy will increase by $10.8 million for school-related taxes in the 21-22 year as compared to the prior year. While the millage rate decreased, the tax roll is up 7.6% over the prior year, which has generated the net increase. So how are property taxes calculated? The taxable value of a homeowner's property equals the assessed value as determined by the Osceola County Property Appraiser's Office, less the $25,000 homestead exemption where applicable. The homestead exemption is an amount that is exempt from ad valorem taxes. The amount is established by law for properties used as the owner's primary residence and is normally $25,000. The portion of property tax related to school funding equals the taxable value divided by 1,000 times the school district millage rate. So in this example, a homeowner with an assessed value of $125,000 with the homestead exemption will pay $589.70 of school-related ad valorem property tax to Osceola County. How will this impact taxpayers in our county? This slide illustrates the changes in school-related property taxes for an Osceola County homeowner over the last several years. In this example, a home valued at $205,000 in 2017 would have generated roughly $1,214.82 in school-related property tax. If the owner qualified for Save Our Homes, by the 2020-21 school year, the assessed value of that same home would be $221,242. Based on that valuation, the school-related property tax would be $1,157.23. This is a decrease of $6.93 from the 2020 tax year and a 4-year cumulative decrease of $57.59. So now we're going to change focus from taxes to the budget that you'll be adopting tonight. The key items in the budget have been shared with you in previous workshops and presentations. Based on current FTE projections, FEFP and local tax revenues for the 2021-22 budget are $12.1 million greater than the prior year. However, funding per student will decrease by $122 or 1.58% from the prior year since funding was held harmless last year despite FTE being under projection, which drove the per student funding up in the prior year. This next slide shows our long-range forecast for the general fund. At the close of the 2020-21 school year, we're showing a surplus in the general fund as planned, which increased fund balance going into the 21-22 school year. This is due to the one-time hold harmless funding in the FEFP last year, along with additional federal revenue from the CARES Act, which has allowed us to reserve general fund dollars. This multi-year forecast shows the board's strategy to build up reserves that will then be used in subsequent years to preserve jobs as federal stabilization funding expires. Careful monitoring of budgetary resources will always remain a top priority to ensure sustainability through any future funding shortfalls. This is the district's total budget in summary form. The general fund is the main fund from which most operating expenditures are paid. In addition, tonight you will also be approving budgets for the debt service fund, which is used to pay for the outstanding bonds of the district,
the Capital Projects Fund, which accounts for major construction and renovation projects, the Special Revenue Fund, which consists of food service and federal grants, and the Internal Service Fund, which accounts for the district's health insurance, property casualty, and workers' compensation programs. So the total budget is $1,706,769,704. So this slide represents the annual budget at the level of detail that you will be adopting tonight. And this is the same level of detail at which you approve budget amendments throughout the school year. Mr. Chairman, this is the time for any public comment. After public comment, the floor will be open for board member discussion and comments.
This is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience or in the lobby that would be interested in addressing the board on the budget? Hearing and seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of the budget. And turn it back over to you, sir.
Okay, so the millage rate adoption. We recommend that the board adopt Resolution 22-004, setting the required local effort, prior period funding adjustment, discretionary operating, and capital outlay millage rates for the 21-22 year as follows. Required local effort, 3.639 mils. Prior period funding adjustment, 0.01 mils. Discretionary operating, 0.748 mils. And capital outlay, 1.5 mils, for a total of 5.897 mils. The total millage rate to be levied exceeds the rollback rate by 0.76%. And this resolution does require a roll call vote.
Ms. Castillo?
Yay.
Mr. Melendez?
Aye.
Mr. Arguello?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Mr. Bass?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next, we recommend that the board adopt Resolution 22-005, adopting the budget in the amount of $1,706,769,704. And this resolution also requires a roll call vote.
Ms. Castillo?
Yes.
Mr. Melendez?
Aye.
Mr. Arguello?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Mr. Bass?
Aye.
And the budget is approved with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you all very much, and thank you to my team for
Thank you,
pulling it all together.
Thank you, Ms. Graver, and thank you to your team. As everyone can clearly see, this is a tremendous amount of work, and Ms. Graver and her team do a great job, and I think this is our second or third reading. Second readings. Maybe not like a kindergartner reading a proclamation, but mostly. Thank you.
Can't top that.
That's it. All right. We will adjourn the public hearing to adopt the final millage and budget and reconvene the regularly scheduled school board and board. If I'm in the right spot, it brings us to agenda modifications. Board, your pleasure here.
There's 11.01, and that's an informational item. I want to be able to highlight it. Do I pull that now, or we do that after?
We can just do it when we get to the informational item. Which, 1101, you want to just discuss?
Yes.
Okay. I've got it marked. Mr. Arguello?
8.01, pull from consent, and 10.16, pull from consent. And then obviously there's some regular items there.
Sure. 10.16, is it?
10.16. And then I would like to add to new business, not for voting, but for discussion. And then be placed on the agenda at a later point. Number 1, decreasing the superintendent expenditure limit to $10,000 without board approval. And number 2, the disclosure of every expenditure every month by line. Payroll may be lumped into departments on a monthly basis, the way that the county does it.
I did those two.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Bass?
I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Pace, you have any changes?
No, sir.
Board, I'll entertain a motion.
Wait, we need new business, no, or update, I just looking at agenda modifications, new business I'd like to add.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay, update to the mask mandate.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yes, sir.
The update, are you looking for something to possibly vote on that? Because generally, we don't vote on items that are not on the agenda, just I want to raise the question
Yes,
to you.
yeah, generally do,
Um,
yeah, so I guess we can move on to the next one, or just have the discussion and move over to the next meeting.
We can do it that way. It's, we generally do not vote in an item that's added to the agenda, which is fine. So, but I just want to make sure I understood what you were doing. Okay? I got it. Board? I'm going to take a crack at the motion. I got it documented, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay with that? Motion to approve the agenda with following modifications. Pull 8.01 and 10.16 from the consent agenda. And under new business, 2 items of discussion from Mr. Arguello, decreasing superintendent to 10K and disclosing monthly expenses as the county does, which I assuming I'll explain. And Mr. Melendez, an update discussion on the mask mandate. Did I get everything? If so,
Yes.
second?
Yep. So
Okay. I have a motion by myself with a second by Mr. Arguello to approve the budget, the agenda modifications. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to item 8.01. Mr. Arguello, you pulled this one.
8.01.
The agreement with the county.
Okay, so I just had a couple of questions regarding the amounts here. It seems like it's such a small number, so Dr. Pace, what does this include exactly? I mean, I saw the scope here, but is this, can you just go into a little bit more? It seems like this is a very small price for the county to pay for this service.
We have a teacher who visits the jail on a regular basis to provide GED instruction as required by law. And it's a part-time basis, and also because of COVID, access to the jail has been very limited, so services have been very.
That they're paying this amount regardless.
They pay this amount for us to go.
And does this cover all the expenses involved with this program?
I believe it does, but I'm certainly willing to get additional information, Mr. Arguello, if you need it, because it's not one that I'm deeply familiar with.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Are you okay
Move
as
to
it is?
approve, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I was wondering why it was so low too, I was only 30,000, because it's just one part-time position.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Arguello with a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 8.01. Board, further discussion?
Not just that, because it was clarified by the superintendent, because I was wondering too, why was it only 30,000, because it is a part-time position.
Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, motion carries 5-0. Brings us to item 10.16, the stop loss, right? The reinsurance coverage.
All right, so my question here is, are any of these changes actually being passed on in terms of cost to the employees?
Not directly, but this is all part of our overall trust fund budget. So, and this is up to the board to decide what level of coverage we want to purchase for the upcoming plan year.
Right, but I mean, the most important aspect of this would be, I mean, there's 2 components, one being the situation that it puts the district in, and the other being the situation that it puts the employees in, right? So are the employees being impacted by this in terms of cost? And if they are, by how much?
Not directly.
So
This is
their
part of the overall trust fund.
their premiums won't be increased at all as a result of this.
Correct. This has nothing to do with how we set premiums, how we set the board contribution.
So then-
the overall.
So then by indirectly, what is the impact to them?
So long-term, it will determine how much money is sitting in that trust fund balance and is available for the board to then determine how we want to set future rates.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question.
Clarification though, Mr. Chairman? But the thing is, with stop loss, it's like insurance, you don't know how it's gonna turn out, right? It could be that there's a run on claims or there's a really expensive claim, so it's not like we could predict how much the savings can be now, right?
Correct, so if Mr. Arguello, if you were referring to the reduction in the amount of premium that we would be paying out, to Mr. Melendez's point, I mean, we won't know until we're through the year whether we have a claim that surpasses that level of coverage.
Right, so at the end of the year, we
Not a
can
dollar
tell.
for dollar savings per se.
But like normally, like historically speaking, we would have, this is in the past, Y situation has occurred 3 times, X situation has occurred 5 times. We would expect based on historical numbers or similarities, this was what may happen this time, right? And then that would be a cost of X, whatever. But anyways, my number one concern, my chief concern was that the premium wouldn't be impacting the trust fund, but the individual members of the plan.
There are, the board has not recommended any changes to employee premiums for this plan year.
All right, thank you.
Motion approved.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Melendez, a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 10.16. We've already had some discussion, board, any more discussion?
Is there, I mean, there are 3 options here. Did we pick one? Or are you going with the recommendation? What exactly are we wishing to approve?
I thought we were going with the recommendation.
Is that what the motion is?
That's fine. Is that what you wanted?
Because I
Oh,
think
yes,
that we were
okay,
supposed
yeah,
to choose
okay.
one.
Right, yeah, motion to approve the recommended option number 3.
Okay, Mr. Bass, you okay with that change?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass to restate to approval with option number 3. Good catch. Any other further comments, questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those like sign, motion carries 5.
Sorry. Sorry on the late one, aye for nay.
I'm sorry. Okay, motion approves 4-1. Brings us to the, that's correct?
That's correct.
Got me confused. Brings us to the informational agenda items. The first one, Mr. Melendez, you had a question, 11.01?
Yeah, not so much a question. I wanted to thank Dr. Pace. You know, I appreciate that Osceola Task Force had convened. We looked over the policy, and I can say 95% of the recommendations were implemented and drafted into the policy. So I also want to thank Mr. John Boyd. Is he here today, or? Oh, he's not here. Well, he's here somewhere in the virtual world, and I still appreciate the fact that he came down and broke it down for us too, to let us know, because we can make recommendations for policy, but sometimes it can't conflict directly with state statute. So he was there kind of as like an umpire to say, okay, you can't go here, you can go there. And so I do appreciate the seriousness of it. You know, events occurred last year, and we had to do something. And I feel very happy that the SRO Task Force made the recommendation they did. They're all volunteer community members, they weren't getting paid. They just wanted to make sure that good policy was created. And so I would like to be the first person in motion, but again, I just want to tell Dr. Pace, thank you. She attended the meeting, she gave suggestions, and she was part of the process of making it happen. So, you know, I'm very happy that what we have is a product that we can all be proud of. So motion approved on 01 as submitted.
As an informational item, I don't think we're.
Oh, there's no voting on that one, okay. But as a public rule though, for the rule-making hearing, is it gonna come before us again for a vote? Because eventually it has to get
That's a
voted
part
on.
of your revised calendar.
We're letting the calendar for the school board rules meeting.
It comes back to the board
Okay.
for discussion and a reading on September the 21st, and then for the hearing and consideration for adoption on October the 5th.
Okay, so on October 15th will be the final vote for it to become official.
October 5th.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Graver, is Mr. Pengelly here this evening or not? Do you know?
He should be, I didn't see him out there when the meeting started.
Mr. Pengelly, are you here in the lobby by any chance? Richard Pengelly,
He's coming.
is he coming?
Yes, sir.
There he is. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Zero. So walk off with it.
Just before you start, for everybody, before you start, Richard, just for everybody's information, this is Richard Bangelli from PFM, and he handles our investments of our funds, and just he's going to give us a quarterly update on where we stand.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So this is going to be a report on the quarter ending 6/30. At the end of the quarter, the portfolio had a yield of a little less than 1%. As we'll talk about as we go through, we're still in this very low yield environment. And we are very much beholden to the Federal Reserve and what they're doing with interest rates. So I'm going to look on my notes here. Sorry, give me a second here.
Take your time.
So for the current quarter, the return was 0.04%, which actually beat the benchmark, which was down 0.03%. During the quarter, there was a slight rise in interest rates, and that change in market value worked against that roughly 1% yield that the portfolio earns on a normal basis. When you look back over the one-year numbers, the one-year return was 0.39%, which also beat the benchmark, which was 0.08%. So now the high earning quarters from the early part of last year when interest rates dropped and the market value of the school district's portfolio increase are dropping out of the numbers, and you're now reflecting more of this lower interest rate environment. Fortunately, because of that interest rate drop, though, the portfolio had substantial gains of 4 or 5% prior to that, which provide a cushion as we continue to work through this low interest rate environment. So, we always talk in percentages. You all think in terms of real dollars. So the annual interest earning is about $1.6 million on the long-term part of the portfolio. So where we are now is the economy is still very much being impacted by what's going on with the virus and how that's impacting our health system and the reaction to it. We've seen significant recovery in the economy. If you look at the numbers, the projected GDP growth for this year is 7 or 8%, depending on who you're looking at. We're well past the recession, which was the shortest recession on record. It lasted 2 months as the official time frame for the recession. So now we kind of have this recovery where economically we see very strong numbers, but things are lopsided, and then always there's the impact of what coronavirus will do to the market. So I'll sort of jump ahead here. So the Fed is really focused on two things, and we, of course, always focus on what the Fed is doing because they control really the types of yields that you can earn. The employment picture, if you look at the numbers, the employment rate continues to go down. We're 80% back to where we were pre-pandemic in terms of the unemployment rate. However, the overall size of the workforce has actually shrunk, and we're only halfway back to where we were from pre-pandemic levels. So more people need to be pulled into the workforce, and there are many factors that the Fed is looking at that potentially could drive those increases. The other big concern is inflation. So the Fed is hyper-focused, of course, on inflation, and inflation continues to be very much driven by a few components. So even though we're seeing big inflation numbers, big readings in inflation, when you actually dig into the numbers, they're being pulled up by things you would expect, like used car prices, airfares as everyone started traveling again this year, and tobacco products is one of the ones that have been also driving, driving inflation. So, what the Fed is seeing is that these are items that are potentially very transitory. To the extent we see supply chains open up, more people back to work, they expect that some of these inflationary factors will subside and will jump back down to their expected levels of 2-ish% inflation levels. So with that backdrop, their outlook has actually improved since we were looking at this last year and last quarter. The Fed now sees liftoff, meaning when they start raising interest rates, happening sometime in 2023. You'll recall that before we kept saying that, or the Fed kept projecting that it was going to be the end of 2023. So now that time window has moved up, and they begin talking about doing some other things like reducing their asset purchases potentially as early as this year, which would create the path for them to start raising interest rates. So that would be very positive. Of course, but in the long run, they're still seeing long-term rates of only 2%. At the short end, nothing like the 4 and 5% that we were seeing before the credit crisis before. And I always tell everyone that keep in mind that even though rates are very low, in many countries in Europe, they actually have negative interest rates on their government bonds. So. Keep that in mind.
Richard, what is your longer term on that? What's that horizon, 5 years?
Beyond, yeah, 5 years and beyond, yeah. So I'll sort of end here. The portfolio was well in compliance, and the school district has significant liquidity in its program. So to the extent interest rates start rising, you are plenty of powder dry, as we say, to take advantage of those higher rates. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. I think that's it for our information items, presentations. Brings us to our regular agenda, Chief of Staff for Teaching Board.
Motion to approve 12.01.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Castillo, and second by Mr. Melendez to approve item 12.01. Any further discussion, Mr.?
Yes.
Mr. Arguello?
How much of a change is this? This is strictly a name change, is that correct?
Correct.
So what's the, how is it going to be communicated to the parents, and what is the process for doing that? Like, can you just explain the change to me a little bit? It just seems like, I get it, it's very simple on paper, it almost seems too simple to be here, type of thing.
Well, the coordinators for guidance counseling, Sarah Schumacher, brought this forward because we've stopped calling our counselors at the schools guidance counselors, but now call them school counselors. And it kind of reflects the increased social, emotional, mental health support that they're doing, and beyond just academic advising, for example, at the middle and high school level. This is just simply to align the department with what they are called at the school. Parents and students won't really see a difference. They're still gonna go to their counselor, which is what they typically call them more than their school counselor. It's very much like we used to call our folks who worked in our libraries librarians, and then they went to media specialists because their scope of work was a little bit broader in terms of working with all kinds of digital media and that kind of stuff. And as a result, we changed our department, it's media and instructional technology, MITD, to kind of reflect and align with what's happening in our schools and the people we serve in our schools with the work that's happening with the district to support them.
So these are actually counselors of some sort, like a licensed counselor of some sort?
Licensed school counselors.
So
They have certification in school counseling, they must have a master's degree, experience in the classroom.
but it's people who are providing counseling services to the public, would they be in this department or no?
We have separate contracts with our outside mental health providers.
What is that department called?
That works under our student services area, but in goal 5, as you saw when we did our discussion of the strategic plan, 5B, You see Elizabeth Lane, who's the coordinator for student services, and Sarah Schumacher, who's the coordinator for school counseling for guidance services right now, working together on that particular strategy because they work as a team.
Okay. All right.
Good. Any other questions? Have a motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Melendez to approve item 12.01. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to item 13, board.
Motion to approve
Second.
13.01.
Motion by Ms. Castillo with a second by Mr. Arguello to approve item 13.01. Board, any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to business and finance, item 14.
Chairman, if I may.
Sure.
Okay, so this is the same contract that keeps coming up before the board. One of the vendors who was disqualified requested for this to be reviewed. I think it's very, I think we should be cautious moving forward here.
I thought this was in a different spot. I think this is one Mr. Kruppenbacher
Yeah, wasn't he under
was gonna pull this item. Can we go ahead and table it until, I think he just administratively missed it.
He's online if you want to ask.
Oh, it's on the line?
Yeah.
Do you want to do it with him on the line or wait till he's here?
I'd rather pull it.
Just table it?
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Kruppenbacher, we're gonna table this till the next meeting when you are here.
That's what I wanted done, thank you.
Okay. You want to make that a motion?
I'll motion to table this.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Mr. Arguello, a second by Mr. Bass to table item 14.01. Any other further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. 14.02, board approval of the annual financial report for the year ended June 30th.
Motion approved.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Melendez, a second by Ms. Castillo to approve the annual financial report for the year ended June 30th, 2021. Board, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Motion carries 5-0. Brings us to facilities. Items 15. Board,
Motion approved 15-16.
There you go. Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez, a second by Mr. Bass to approve item 15.16. Mr. Arguello, you have some discussion.
Yeah, let me ask, considering one of the resolutions that we made earlier, Dr. Pace, are you happy with the level of diversity on this, on 16.1?
15.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
15.
Sorry, I'm skipping
That's
forward.
okay. That's
I
okay.
thought you said 15 and 16.
No,
15.16, which is the last.
Yeah.
But that's a good idea to put two together. I have a motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Bass to approve item 15.16 which includes the facilities items. Any further questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those like sign, motion carries 5-0. Item 16.
Same question.
What was your question?
So, considering the resolution that we had earlier today, when I look at this, it appears to be, if you take out the elected officials, lacking some diversity. So my question was, are we happy with the level of diversity on this board? And two, if Frank, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir.
How do people get onto this board?
I believe I think they volunteer to get on it, and then they have to be approved by the committee and the board itself.
That's the case, Dr. Pace. Okay, so then, two questions. One, are there any relatives of the board or anyone involved here with a personal relationship to this board of directors? And two, are we happy with the level of diversity that's on this board?
We do have a school board member on it. Who's a
Right.
Okay. To be clear. And the superintendent's representative.
Right.
And the attorney.
And Mark.
It's our foundation.
Right. Actually, yes, there is. I did not know that.
Terry
My
has-
daughter-in-law is a member of this board. I didn't know she was on it.
Okay, motion approved.
Well, wait a minute, I probably need,
Need a question.
I need to probably declare a conflict. I didn't even know she was on the board. My daughter-in-law serves on the Education Foundation Board. I will need to abstain from voting on this item, and I will fill out the appropriate paperwork. Ms. Culver, if you'll pass that to me.
So, one, are we happy with the level of diversity on this board?
What exactly, because I'm looking at names here.
We're not going here again, are we?
Well, I feel like I need to understand if you're asking a question of the board, which I happen to be a part of as well, what exactly is the question? Because I'm looking at names here. Alan Lair, Carlos Alvarez, Terry Castillo, Kelly Esposito.
Right, I read through the list, I got it highlighted here.
So I'm trying to, what, is there like?
It's just a yes or no question.
I'm happy with the level of diversity.
Okay. But the question really wasn't directed at you.
Are you asking me as a
Yes, Dr.
superintendent?
Pace, yes, ma'am.
I support the foundation's recommendation of the board of directors. I did not examine it or ask for them to provide a breakdown based on diverse criteria.
Okay, so here's recommendations that I would make. One, I think that it's worth a study to look at it, right? I think it's, and I don't mean study in terms of go hire a $150,000 consulting firm to do it, but maybe we should look into it. And then two, maybe remove any conflicts of interest from this foundation. And not just for the one that was just disclosed, but potentially others. And just as a matter of good practice.
Can I make a motion to approve?
There's already a motion.
Okay, well, I'll second it then.
We have, who made the motion?
Mr. Melendez.
Okay. A motion by Mr. Melendez and a second by Ms. Castillo to approve item 16.01. And I just have one more comment about it, since my daughter-in-law does serve on this board. The options I have on a conflict of interest, inured to my special private gain or loss, inured to a special gain or loss of my business associate, gain or loss of my family, gain or loss of blank who I'm retained by, inured to the special gain or loss of the parent organization that I would work for. I'm not sure there's a non-paid portion on the board that she is having a gain or loss or inuring to mine, but I will abstain from voting on that since I am related to that one member. Board, any further comments or questions? Hearing none, a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Ms. Castillo to approve item 16.01. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-1 with one abstention. All right, public comment. We've been here an hour and 10 minutes. Let's take a 5-minute recess and then we will start with the public comment, if that's okay with everyone.
How many times is that? 57.
How many?
57.
7.
John Boyd. John Boyd. Can you call me real quickly? Sarah Graber.
Sarah Graber.
Great job. It's interesting to sit and listen, think about how nice it was, and not see you. You did a stupid job. You have a fun trip. Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Is Boyd there today? No. Is Boyd there? Okay. All right. How many people signed up to speak? Oh, oh, geez, God. All right. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Okay. I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye bye. Call Clarence Thacker.
Calling Clarence Thacker.
Meeting is reconvened. Please take your seats.
There he is, thank you. All right, so we're in public comment now, that we're at.
Wasn't easy. No, John.
Somebody flagged Julius down, I don't know what happened. Mr. Melendez, where are you? There he is. We will go ahead and reconvene the school board meeting at 6:47. This begins our public comment portion of the meeting. I will tell you all there is close to 60 here. The vast majority of these are on mask and mask mandate, which we will not be voting on tonight, but we can have the discussion. We're welcome to listen, or happy to listen to all 60 of these, if you would like. If there's any way that you would like to double up with each other or get 3 or 4 or 5 people on each side that would like to speak to this, we would like that. That would be great with us. Can you hear me now?
Yes. No.
Okay. Well, I'll speak as loud as I can, and I'll do the best I can. I'm sorry.
Put the mic closer.
I don't know where the mic is. If there was a mic up here, I would do that.
Oh, okay.
We are going to, some people did not put what they were here to speak on, so I may have them in some out of order, but we're going to work our way through some of the items that were on the agenda currently to vote on, and then we will move the grouping of the mask mandate questions. So first person, and I will call the first person up here. Again, when you come up, you need to state your name and address for the record. You will have 3 minutes to speak. At about 2 minutes and 45 seconds, I will give you a little cue that your time is almost up. Based on the number tonight, we would really like you to be able to cut it off at 3 minutes. We will give everybody the chance to speak, but please be respectful of everybody else's time. Again, a reminder, please no heckling on either side. Don't heckle the person speaking. Everybody who speaks should be treated equally the same with respect. So we don't want this to get out of hand. If it starts to get out of hand, we will have to start asking people to leave the meeting, and I really do not want to go there, and I'm sure you don't either. So I will call the first person speaking. I will also call the second person, and so we can kind of have everybody ready to go and move this along as efficiently as we can. First person up is Mandy Schaefer. The second person to speak will be Tim Weishire. If you can be on deck, Mr. Weishire. So again, give us your name and address for the record in 3 minutes.
Sure. My name is Mandy Schaefer. I live at 703 Missouri Avenue. And I would like to first thank the board for passing the proclamation for the Constitution Week for Celebrate Freedom. That's important to me as a constituent of Osceola County. And so I know that I emailed each of the board members and just had a book that I wanted to recommend I don't know what kind of resources are available to teachers in the county, but this is a great resource. It's called How to Read the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence by Paul B. Skousen. So if this would be something that all teachers in the district could use as a resource, whether they are young, elementary age, middle school, or high school. And there's different like sections to it to give you ideas for things to do in class, so you could tailor it to any age. So I just wanted to thank you again for making that proclamation happen in our county, and I appreciate all that you do.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Next up, Mr. Weishauer. Mr. Weishauer will be followed by Andrea Barba.
Thank you, Chairman and Board. It is great to be back here with so many highly committed individuals that are truly dedicated to the success of our school district. Tim Weishauer, 1420 Celebration Boulevard, Celebration, Florida. Since I came off the school board, I've really made a conscious choice not to come back and speak to the school board on a number of items, because I recognize that it's the prerogative of this board to do what this board sees in the best interest of the county. However, I did see that the agenda item for the extension of the contract for our superintendent was on the agenda, and there was absolutely no way I was going to come and speak in support of Dr. Pace and the work that she's done and the dedication she has to the school district. As many of you know, I spent 8 years on the school board, but my time and service on the school board didn't start the day that I was elected, and it certainly didn't end the day that I chose to retire from this work. I will tell you, today is my wife's birthday. And I asked her, what do you want for your birthday? She said an extension of Dr. Pace's contract. She didn't really say that. I'm making that up. But I do say that to say that I had a conscious choice to make tonight. Do I come and speak before you and advocate for this dedicated leader in our community? Or do I go out and celebrate? And when Pam and I talked about that, she was very clear. She said, you've been dedicated to this community for nearly 30 plus years. You're not going to stop now. We can have dinner any other night and celebrate my birthday any other night. But if this is the vote the board is taking tonight, you cannot miss the opportunity to speak on behalf of Dr. Pace. So, all that said, board, you know I was the chairman of the school board when we hired Dr. Pace. I sat with her and negotiated her contract. We interviewed her, those of us that were on this board at that time, and we asked her the tough questions, and we talked about her capacity to lead and her dedication to this district and where it was that she was going to take us. And since she's become superintendent, we've seen this district continue to improve year after year after year after year. And throughout every evaluation I've always done for the superintendent, I've always been honest, I've always been willing to be critical, and I've always been intentional about being complimentary and supportive of the areas that I know that she excels at. So I submit to you tonight, Osceola County sits in a very unique position. We have the best superintendent in the state of Florida serving this community. And as many of you know, I can say that with confidence because I served as president of the Florida School Boards Association, and I saw firsthand not just school districts across the state, but school districts across this country. And I would tell you that if a choice was ever made by Dr. Pace or this board for her to lead this community, there would be a line of people, a line of districts, a line of boards lining up to accept her.
About 15 seconds.
Yes, sir. I will end with this. This community is truly blessed to have Dr. Pace serving as superintendent. This staff is blessed to have the leader that they have. I, as a business owner, a former employee of this district, a former school board member, and someone who spent my entire life working in this district, could say nothing more than to say, Dr. Pace, thank you for your leadership. You deserve an extension of your contract. This school district is blessed to have you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Andrea Bottom, and that will be followed by John Kalish.
My name is Andrea Barber. I reside at 3659 Daydream Place in St. Cloud. I sent out some documents for you in red folders so you can kind of follow along. I feel like there's another epidemic plague in our community currently. It's not by proper mask wearing or hand washing procedures. This is abuse of power. We have a board member here that has retaliated against us for going up against political differences. Have a little bit of a timeline, this board member. In the beginning of 2020, sent our organization letters of support, followed by the following year, in July 2021, I reached out, questioning a back-to-school event hosted by 2 board members about school supplies being used that the district already had for a political campaign. I received crickets. On August 2nd, I sent out a private message to this board member asking why he has a sudden change of heart towards our organization with responses that he was upset that we weren't supporting of a veteran museum and we were on the opposite, we opposed his anti-corruption efforts.
Ms. Margaret, kind of keep moving along because part of this is not, it's even stated right on the card that comments would be more of a positive nature or a general nature, not directed at one school board member.
Okay. So there's an agenda item that was placed on August 17th. Your legal counsel said that my husband did not have any disqualifying charges on his record. That's why he was still OASIS approved. The board member decided that he wanted to put a new policy in place for character clause. My husband and I are both private citizens and operate a nonprofit that helps many of the children in this county. We also have a child that attends the public schools. Our organization, if you don't know, in August has filled 1,000 backpacks with supplies, 400 teacher supply bags, 600 bottles of hand sanitizer, 260 cases of tissues, over 2,000 books were distributed to your schools. We care about this community and the future of the kids in this community. We're trying to make a real difference. We ask that we are allowed back to work in the schools as a business partner like we have done in the past. We have received Business Partner of the Year for 2018-2019 from your school district. I ask that you guys consider that when making your vote about character clause that don't have any disqualifying circumstances with them. Thank you for your time.
Next up is John Kalish, followed by Otley Mercer. Mr. Kalish, you have 3 minutes, sir. Give us your name and address for the record. And
thank you, Chairman. My name is John Kalish. We reside at 3659 Daydream Place in St. Cloud. We also have a child who attends public school in Osceola County School District. And I'd also like to speak to the good character clause for vendors and contractors. However, I'm neither a vendor or a contractor. But during the August 17 school board meeting, my name and my organization was referenced. I assume that was because of my background with no disqualifying offenses. And, you know, I can't understand that. But the Florida State Legislature worked hard and has decided on the past offenses that present a danger to our children. These are called disqualifying offenses. To date, this system has been successful statewide. I don't think that can be argued. Why would we be spending time, money, and energy looking at yet another level of restrictions? Is this to protect our children, or is there some kind of hidden agenda? So I ask, what is good character? Who's going to decide what is good and what is bad character? The 6 pillars of character are trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, citizenship. All, of course, like anything else, is up to interpretation. To me, a sign of bad character may be assaulting a juvenile, okay? Some other people may say, no big deal, right? To me, a sign of bad character may be disregarding your responsibilities as a parent, okay? Some people may say, no big deal, right? I think it's time to stop the bullying, the harassment, and the hidden political agendas. It's past time to start focusing on what really matters: our children, our families, our teachers, and our schools. Thank you.
Mr. Mercer, followed by Judy Overcash.
I had a really bad case of COVID last year and almost no voice. I'm taking the mask off so you have a chance of being able to hear me. Good evening, board members. Thanks for letting me speak. I've been indirectly involved with the school district and our students for about 30 years. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce and sitting on various committees trying to improve the quality of education here in Osceola County. We currently enjoy one of the finest school superintendents that exists in the state of Florida, perhaps in the United States. And I'm just here on behalf of her to remind us all that we're lucky, that we have somebody that is totally committed to our school district, that doesn't have to work here, doesn't even need the job, and frankly, would be hired by anybody else in the state of Florida if she would not be here. So I just remind you that we are blessed and that we need to keep in mind that we have an exceptional person. Nobody's perfect. My wife maybe, but aside from that, we have an exceptional person in the leadership role here in the county. And I just want to remind you that that is a situation that needs to be continued. Thank you for your.
Thank you, Mr. Mercer.
Listen, have a good night.
Next up will be Judy Overcash, followed by Doug Webb.
Hi, I'm Judy Overcash. I live at 2501 Albany Drive. The first thing I'd like to speak about is the mask mandate. I just don't feel that it's your job to make that decision for me and my family. There's science that goes both ways equally on the subject of wearing masks, not wearing masks. When you post a dress code and when you make a decision, a medical decision about my child, those are not comparable. So, and after saying that, I want you to know that my children go to school every day and they wear a mask. But it's my decision. It's not your job to make that decision for me. The other thing that I want to talk about is the moral clause. I'm a board member of a Hero for Kids. I've known John and his wife for several years. He's a good man. He does a lot of good things for the children in this county. And I'm proud to be part of it. And I don't want you to demean yourselves by letting a past history that was very open and honest about from the beginning interfere with the work that he does for our children. I cannot tell you how thankful families in our community are, the things that we get from John and his wife through their charity. As far as a felony is concerned, we have a statute in Florida that you can hire, the district can hire teachers and staff members with felonies. So if you pass something like this, are you prepared to fire all these people that we have on the payroll? Are you going to, I don't know, vet out the mailman that stops by school every day, who we carry our insurance with? I know this came up because of a personal difference, but please don't let it interfere with the good that is going on in our county. Don't divide other families and keep them from participating in the events and the things that we do at our schools. These children, sometimes you don't realize it, but if you give up on them, you may be the only chance they ever get. And I don't think we should pass up any chances that we've got.
Next up would be Doug Webb, followed by Hector Lissiswine.
Members of the school board, faculty, staff, parents, friends. Dirk Webb, President and CEO, St. Cloud Chamber of Commerce. I wanted to take just a few moments tonight to represent the St. Cloud Chamber family in regards to Dr. Deborah Pace. I'm a former school board chair, school system business manager, and even a former teacher. I've worked for superintendents, and I've had superintendents work for me, so I'm not a novice on this subject. The St. Cloud Chamber of Commerce Board some years ago identified education as one of the primary drivers of economic development in ours and any other community. I've witnessed, unfortunately, firsthand what the collapse of a local economy does to long-term education and how a weak school system can defeat the well-being of its community. Therefore, there's no denying that economic development and education cannot work without the other. My experience with Dr. Deborah Pace has been one of mutual respect for each organization and what that organization means to Osceola County. We've worked together in several endeavors, including studying current impact fees and what they mean to both business and education, the school district's outstanding energy-conserving design of high-performance school buildings that have become a model outside Osceola County, and finally, the rapid deployment of solutions to the COVID-19 problem. How do you educate over 70,000 students, sustain hundreds of employees, provide nourishment, transportation, technology, and professional support while continuing to strategically plan for the future of our next generation of business leaders? In my mind, what Dr. Pace and her staff have performed is nothing short of miraculous. I've been more than encouraged and comforted by her patient demeanor, her wisdom, and her business acumen, all while maintaining a professional model that for me has been beyond reproach. The St. Cloud Greater Osceola Chamber of Commerce endorses Dr. Deborah Pace in the strongest terms and urges this school board to continue to place its confidence and reliance in her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Liziswan, followed by Daniel Lopez. Mr. Liziswan, you know the drill.
Hector, this is Swain, 4040 Asheville Lane, St. Cloud, Florida. I'd like to thank you all for giving us an opportunity to come here today, and thank you for all you do for our community. Some 25 years ago, I moved here from Chicago, Illinois with a 4- and a 6-year-old. They both went through the Osceola County School District, our system here. My daughter, who's 30 years old now, is a teacher in the school system and a huge fan of Dr. Pace. She talks about how she comes out there and she tries to motivate the team, the teachers, the support staff, and the team, the things that she's done for our transportation, and so many other things that she's done in our community outside of the school district. Me, myself, and the 25 years that I've been here, I've had the pleasure and actually the honor on serving on many of the boards here. It's been for about 20 years. I've been serving multiple committees. I've chaired multiple organizations, nonprofits, and I can tell you right now, hands down, I have never met anybody with the professionalism that Dr. Pace brings. I've met with her and we talked good things and bad things, and we've resolved multiple issues here, but she's been very approachable, and there's everyone in the business community knows this. And I say this as a father of 3. Actually, my daughter, who's 16 years old, attends Neal City, an amazing school. And I'm extremely proud of that we have that school in our community. But more than that, I'm proud that we have a school district that allows our superintendent to do the things that she does and places us where we need to be to compete, not just here at the Florida level, but on a nation level. The things that she's doing right now, not just her, but the team that she's put together, means so much to us. And I just here show my support for somebody that has shown support for our community, our children. And again, having my daughter here as a teacher and having her come firsthand and call me and say Dr. Pace was here today to tell us we're getting ready to start another year, we're going to hope to get through this COVID situation, and everybody being charged up over that. Thank you for doing that. That means a lot to them, and that means a lot to the children that come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, Daniel Lopez, be followed by John Newstreet. Mr. Lopez, name and address for the record in 3 minutes.
There we go. My name is Daniel Jesus Lopez. I reside at 1425 East of Vine Street. I had a whole speech prepared for you guys, but I think I'm just going to shoot from the heart here for all of you. I grew up in Polk County, and I went through the Polk County school system. And I was kind of jealous of the students that went to the Osceola school system. I graduated class of 2013, and when I graduated high school, I didn't really have a plan after I graduated. My mom told me, you're either gonna go get a job or you're gonna go to college. And nobody would hire me because I didn't have any experience. And who's gonna give me experience if nobody would hire me? So I went to college. So graduated class of 2015 from Valencia College, and I wanted to give back to my community. And I was part of Dr. Kathleen Plinsky's Got College program, and I was a Valencia ambassador. They gave us nice little red blazers, and we went to high schools around Osceola County, and we talked to the students about going to college. And in 2015, when I joined that program, none of the students knew anything about financial aid, about technical programs, or even that college was an option for most of them. So I did that for about a year, and then I kept getting my degree. I went to UCF, and while I was working on my bachelor's degree, I became an unemployed of the Osceola School District. Some of you might not know that here. I've been sitting here 5 months now in the back, but I was an employee of the school district. I was a substitute teacher from 2019 through 2020, and then 2020 through 2021 school year. And when I started teaching again in the schools, it was night and day difference, because these students now knew college was an option. They had AVID programs. I've seen 16-year-olds graduate with their associate's degrees. I've seen students walk out with certifications making more money than I make right now at 16, 17, 18 years old. And that's all in part of the leadership from you, Dr. Pace. Thank you so much for everything that you've done for this county, for this school district. I actually had a lot of students that were impacted by Hurricane Maria. So when they were all displaced from Puerto Rico and they were integrated into the Osceola School District, you did not play politics. You integrated those students here, and because of your leadership here, Dr. Pace, and school board, this woman has been amazing. Because of her leadership, 90% of Hispanic students in Osceola County have graduated high school with a high school diploma, which was a very different number than before Dr. Pace came in here. So being that it's Hispanic Heritage Month, and we are coming on the 40th anniversary of Hurricane Maria, I want to say thank you, Dr. Pace, for your leadership. Thank you everything that you've done for the Hispanic community. Thank you for not playing politics. I have sat in the back of this room, and your composure, every meeting here is inspirational. Thank you, and school board, you are all lucky to have Dr. Pace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was the rest of my time.
After Mr. Newstreet will be Commissioner Raymond Arrington. Is he in the back, probably?
Good evening, School Board. John Newstreet, President and CEO of the Kissimmee Osceola County Chamber of Commerce, 1425 East Vine Street, Kissimmee, Florida, 34744. I stand here tonight personally in full support of Dr. Deborah Pace, but this isn't about me. I stand here as a representative of the Chamber of Commerce and the voice of business here in Osceola County. At the beginning of this year, my board established for 2021 a set goal to positively promote the image of the school district. We did this because there is an incredible story to tell. The work that is done day in and day out by all the staff here is remarkable, especially given the odds of the pandemic, funding, et cetera, et cetera. So given the fine work that is being done and its impact on economic development, we felt it was important that we highlight this. And through the course of this year, we have attempted in various ways to build on that. In fact, tomorrow I'll be at the Osceola County School of Arts doing a little competition with some of your students to both highlight that interaction of business with your schools, but again, to find a new way to promote the good things that you are doing day in and day out. And so in light of that, we are constantly working with you against all odds to promote you and to support you. I was going to say 3 minutes already.
I don't have the button in.
And so we stand here tonight in light of that, because that culture is driven by leadership, you as a board and the superintendent, and we have seen remarkable gains over the last 6 years that we've had Dr. Pace. The data proves it. The data proves it. The accolades prove it, that we have a preeminent superintendent. And so with that said, I'll relieve my time, so we're not even halfway through your speakers tonight, that please renew her contract. Please continue to work with her and support her. And my wife didn't ask for it for a birthday present, but I'm gonna talk her into making sure she wants Dr. Pace's contract extended for her birthday too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newstreet. Next, Chairman Arrington. Happy to have you with us tonight.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, members of the board, Dr. Pace, thank you all for having me here this evening. I just real quick wanted to come and speak about Dr. Pace and renewing her contract. I've had the opportunity to serve this community for over 13 years as county commissioner. Several of those times I've been chairman. And one of the biggest things I would tell you is about Osceola County is our willingness in partnerships, in forming partnerships and making things happen for our community. And I would tell you there are many partnerships that would probably not be a reality if it was not for the leadership of Dr. Pace. And we can go through a couple of them real fast if you'd like. We can talk about footsteps to brilliance and making sure our kids are ready for school once they start. We can talk about the extension of 2 new TICO campuses throughout Osceola County. We can talk about a county giving the school district over $5 million annually to provide SROs in your schools. We can talk about all the different ways we have paired and worked together. And I would tell you, we as a county commission would not have that comfort in partnering and working with the school districts if it wasn't for Dr. Pace. We know elected officials come and go. We know they can get erratic and sporadic, but we know the leadership of our staff, whether it's at the county or it's at the school district, is the linchpin in moving our community forward. And so I reach out to you today as a fellow elected leader to make sure you can keep the consistency in our community and make sure Dr. Pace stays here. We've heard from a lot of other great individuals in the community, and don't worry about Tim's wife, I ran her across the street and got her a burger, so she'll be just fine. But this is important, and consistency is important in our community. I can tell you as a county commissioner, before I got elected to the county commission, the average lifespan of a county manager was 2.5 years. Think about that, 2.5 years to come in, to build an ecosystem, to create a staff, to make a $1.7 billion budget, and I'm gonna just stop there. You can talk about leadership. You didn't have one person ask you about a $1.7 billion budget. Not one citizen got up and questioned where those dollars go throughout our community. And you know why? Because they believe in Dr. Pace. They believe in her leadership. They believe in her value system. And I hope you do too. And that's all I have. Thank you, good luck. And I will add, on our last COVID call, I will remind people, the only age group in Osceola County that has not seen a downward trajectory is students. Every other age group has seen a decline in infection population in Osceola County, except our kids. So, Ms. Castillo, I applaud you for taking an effort and standing up and trying to fight for an issue that may not be popular, may not be fun, but it's in the best interest of our children. And with that, thank you, sir.
Mr. Arrington. You don't usually question, but go ahead, go right.
Chairman, follow-up. You mentioned $5 million for SROs in our schools, and I was just wondering what your stance was on eliminating SROs in our charter schools.
Well, that is a decision you as a school board member chose to make. We just gave you funding. What you choose to do with your funding is something you all as an entity decide. I will tell you there is a lot of county commissions that have not provided any dollars to their school districts to provide for guardians, SROs, or any of that. So actually, our school district is in a very unique position to have, once again, a great partnership where we're willing to help our schools out to make sure our kids are safe and make sure you guys are able to utilize the most effective way to educate our kids. Because that's, at the end of the day, I think that's what we're all here for.
Chairman, are you saying that the county had no input at all as to whether SROs were in charter schools?
No, sir. Your schools are your prerogative. That's what a school district does. The county commission doesn't oversee schools. I hope you know that. Thank you.
Next up is, let's call it Cashmore Shaw. Be next up.
Mr. Chairman, it's Frank. Could I just say one thing?
Go right ahead, Mr. Krabbenberger.
I want to make it very clear, I appreciate Commissioner Arrington's comments, but let the public know that the control of whether or not there is a deputy or a guardian at a school or charter school is solely under the control of the sheriff and the police departments. And it was the sheriff and the police departments who told the school district they would not be putting deputies in charter schools. It is not a decision that the school board made, and it's one actually that the school board is on record as opposing.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Mr. Shaw, and be followed by Representative Arrington.
Good evening, everyone, school board members. Casmore Shaw, 3401 Pine Ridge Circle, Kissimmee, Florida, 34746. I don't believe in redundancy, so I'm not going to regurgitate what the others have said. Just to let you know that Dr. Pace, over the years, have invited residents to sit with her and explain to her and to tell her what's happening in the community. We had a complaint about a particular school where the curriculum was inadequate. She immediately fixed that. So she was responsive, accurate, helpful, and informative. She has the gravitas and the temperament to continue the wonderful job that she's doing. Thank you, Dr. Pace, and we hope to have you here for another 20 years.
Representative Arrington will be next. We're honored to have you here with us tonight, and after that will be Tom Franklin.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Kristen Arrington, and I live at 3027 Boating Boulevard in Kissimmee. I'm also proud to serve in the Florida Legislature as your state representative. I apologize, I am reading from a paper tonight, as elected officials can get a little long-winded, so I'm trying to keep everything in the time frame, and I respect everybody's time here tonight, so thank you all for being here. As mentioned, I do serve in the Florida House, and I also serve on the Education and Employment Committee. I'm here tonight to speak in support of Superintendent Dr. Pace, and also now that hearing that discussion is going to come up in support of the mask mandate. This past legislative session, the Osceola School District had a good year considering. When we met last year at Neo City Academy for a school district workshop, myself, Representative Hawkins, Representative Tomko, and Senator Torres, the members of the Osceola delegation, with your lobbyist Mike Horner, you all gave us what your priorities were for the upcoming session. And luckily and happily that they were all accomplished. Additionally, Ms. Castilla and I had some conversations, and she had talked about her strong desire to see our per student funding improve versus the other districts. We still have some more work to do, but we have moved up from 67, which was last place, to 61. So as I said, we do have some work to do, but it definitely is progress. In fact, the school district has done well over the last several years, thanks to the creation of the compression category, which brings an additional $5 million annually, and your successful efforts to fend off the harmful changes to the district cost differential that would have cost the district $14 million every year. And the success is not just because of the Osceola delegation, who has a focus on education, which you do, and it's not just because of your all's lobbyist team, it's because you have a highly respected superintendent that gives you credibility necessary for the legislative success. When our education committees need expertise, Dr. Pace is frequently called on to come to Tallahassee to testify before them, which she did in the 2020 session. And she's also considered one of the most respected members of the superintendents in the state. That's no small thing, in that top-notch superintendents are a very rare thing these days. I would encourage this board to do the best it can to retain Dr. Pace's services. 10 years ago, a dysfunctional school board member enabled members in fighting and ran off a superintendent, Michael Grego, an individual also considered to be one of the state's best. Osceola students and teachers paid dearly for that school board's actions, and I hope that you all will choose differently. In conclusion, with COVID surging and the myriad of challenges that the district faces, I encourage you all to do everything in your power to retain Dr. Pace, who I feel is the best school superintendent in Osceola County has ever had. I'm very, very Osceola proud, and I'm very, very happy that we have her. And this is not just my opinion, it's opinion that I hear many times from teachers, from parents, and students alike, and she's been so accessible and so fair since I've been elected, anytime I've reached out to her with an issue. Additionally, I did tell you all last week, I know you guys were bringing up the mask mandate, but I am in support of that, so I hope that you will keep that in consideration again tonight. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Franklin, be followed by Keith Ronan.
Thank you, Mr. Thacker. Thank you, board members, for allowing us to come before you tonight. I could repeat almost everything that was said tonight. By the way, my name is Tom Franklin. I live at 1818 Admiral Court. I've chaired a lot of meetings and I forgot the first rule.
That's right.
In Kissimmee, Florida. Thank you. I've been involved on and off dealing with some school board issues over the last 15, 20 years, on and off, all the way back to the time when your school board chair superintendent was elected. And if you never had a real game with a kind of an odd football, that was an odd situation because you could not fire that person. You couldn't do a lot of things with that person because of them having the same job as you did. Technically, they were equal as an elected official. Well, one of my first jobs that I had with the Chamber of Commerce in those days was see if we couldn't end that, and we were able to do that. Since that, we've gone through several, over the years, we've had several different superintendents, and we've only had one or two who were really exceptional. We now have another one that has been extremely successful and just unbelievably good for our community. I have talked to your previous school board superintendents, and they mostly feel very much the same way. So I'm looking forward to you really looking and reviewing yourself and reviewing your comments and working with your superintendent to make sure that the best thing happens, not only for you, but for Osceola County's children. Thank you very much.
Next up, Keith Ronan, followed by Jim Williams. Jim, are you inside or you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yates, can you make sure Jim Williams is out back? He heard me.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, certainly the board and all the staff. I'm just here to say thank you.
Give us your address to you.
Oh, sorry. Tom Franklin, go back and follow up. Our 7085 Big Bend Drive in St. Cloud for the last 35 years, same house. As I said, I just really wanted to step up to say thank you. I think this is a challenging occupation. You know, every single seat here it's challenging. As I was looking from this side of the dais to that side, you're all remarkable people. You really are in remarkable positions, but they come with challenges. I think that comes with challenges because it's personal. It involves certainly students and parents and families, the community. So with that, again, it becomes very personal. So I encourage you all to continue doing what you're doing. I know the children watch, the families watch, the community watches, and how it's not just what you say, it's so often how you say it, just as you would be as parents. How you say things to the kids, how you say things to your spouse. Sometimes it's more important than the actual content you share. So I'd encourage you to continue to try to do that. Even with differences, it can be done in a positive way. So I encourage you to do that. Shifting to Dr. Pace. We love you very much. We have for years. And we count it a blessing to be able to work with you. It's probably the highlight of our month to be able to run up and down the halls of these schools and around the buildings and celebrate the teachers and the staff. I promise you that you're, to me, the most student-centered, teacher-centered, community-centered person I've ever met. And that's probably hard, as I said, when we're running up. It's just a tad chaotic when we run down the halls, but it's all based in the love you have for the staff and for the teachers. So I'm here again to say that we hope that you're around for, as was said, 20 years. I hope that's your plan. I don't know how the school board would be in the position it is right now, or the district, if it wasn't for Dr. Pace. I'm sure you have time, 40 seconds. So it is personal. So my son, when he was 2 or 3 years old, didn't want to speak too much, and so we made sure he was physically okay, which he was, physiologically fine. Still don't want to talk for years. We brought him to the school district as he aged, and we found extraordinarily welcoming arms and hearts as he went through every school, every grade, from whatever the principal was. I'm in here, I see so many people that were part of it. Beth Telemko, Mr. Noble, Mr. Shatera, so many people. And it's been a success because they never gave up on him. So today he's in his second year at Valencia. He's 4.0, going to be going to UCF. We thank everybody for being a part of that. His occupation is he wants to be an elementary school teacher. So I think when you pour correctly into students, you get that return on investment. And that's why I'm stepping up today to say thank you to you all, and thank you, Dr. Pace.
Next up will be Jim Williams, be followed by Richard Steinmetz, I believe. Mr. Williams, give us your name and address for the record, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Jim Williams, 2495 Long Pine Lane. Good evening. In 1962, 6 judges on the Supreme Court reversed 3.5 centuries of American education excellence. Before that date, God was honored in schools. His word was read, his moral standards were esteemed. The principles of his word were even integrated into the textbooks themselves. To him we openly prayed, we acknowledged our dependence on him, we sought his aid, and we asked for his blessings. It's the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God and to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and to humbly implore his protection and favor. But in 62, the court spat in God's face and said, "We're not going to pray to you anymore." We were fed a legal fiction called separation of church and state, and we believed it. Soon God himself was expelled, as was his word and his moral standards. When God left the schools, his blessings left with him. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. Whatever you sow, you will reap. That decision in 62 was a terrible mistake. We just didn't know how terrible at the time. Prior to 62, the top school problems were talking, chewing gum, making noise, running in the halls, getting out of line, improper clothing, and not putting paper in the trash cans. But after 62, with God gone, now schools face rape, robbery, assault, suicide, drugs, alcohol, gangs, teen pregnancies, abortions, adults lying to children about male and female, about marriage, about morality, teaching children to hate each other because of their race. Think about that contrast. God included meant his blessings to ourselves and our posterity. God kicked out meant his blessings gone with him. Do you want God's favor again in your schools? Then I appeal to you. Consider the need to return God and the Bible to their once honored place in schools. It starts in your heart. When you get home tonight, you lie on your bed in the dark, ponder what's missing amid all the turmoil that you're now facing. Unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain that build it. Unless the Lord keeps the city, the watchman wakes in vain. Those who honor the Lord, he will honor. Those who despise him shall be lightly esteemed. You are the ministers of God for good, to protect the knowledge of our children. Please remember, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Thank you.
Richard Steinmetz will be followed by Mr., I hope I say this right, Jackson.
My name is Richard Allen Steinmetz Jr. I live at 822 Robinson Avenue. I'm a product of Osceola County. I went to Lakeview Elementary, St. Cloud Middle School, and I graduated high school in St. Cloud High School in 2007. Now I also have the honor to be a teacher here in the county that I love and is my home. Grades were brought up last week at the regular school board meeting, and to be honest, it was one of the last straws and one of the reasons why I'm here today. It upset me as one of those teachers from those schools, and I believe I heard a school board member say the community wants to know those scores and needs those scores. And that made me begin to think, how would someone really know what a community needs when they're never there? Yeah, I have one even better for you. How would someone know what a community needs if they don't even care about the community in which they serve? I'm not here to play the politics game, and I'm not here for one side or the other. I'm here for the side of the students and the parents of Osceola County who deserve to know the truth. And I'm here to let the board and the district administrators know of the way our staff and select students were treated by the words of our district board member. We had a visit from our board member last year towards the end of a harsh year in my 8 years of teaching. We just wrapped up going over our midpoint data. It was deep stuff, but we had a plan and we were in a good place, and we knew what we needed to do to hit our mark.
I do want to call it just not too direct on individual people, but carry on with your message, but not.
Yes, sir. My apologies. And then it was a conversation for our school board member. Started the conversation off with, I don't care about this, I don't care about the school, and I don't care about the board or even Dr. Pace. He then proceeded to tell us that he'd get rid of all of us if he could, to our faces. He'd fire us if he could. The conversation goes on with not one uplifting remark, dig after dig, kick after kick. Things like, I would never send my kids to this school. Yes, to our faces, which is the exact same thing that he told a group of our students during a principal's forum, and yes, again, to their faces. Tells us these kids need to get out and do more than their parents who are all Disney hotel maids. And the last part of the conversation, what truly bothered me the most, is when he stated it's obvious after being on this campus for 10 minutes before he got here that we don't build relationships with our students and that they aren't used to people even saying hi or hello. And this couldn't be farther from the truth. Our students reacted the way they did because they don't know him, and it takes time to build relationships with our students. If he actually spent time at our school to get to know them, he would see a difference. Y'all have no idea what goes on a daily basis at Liberty High School because you aren't there. And when you are there, it's not good. You have no idea what we are to our students. We are everything from their teachers, their friends, parent or guardian, sibling, aunt or uncle, grandparent, mentor, counselor, psychologist, their confidant. The list goes on. You have no idea what it's like to lose a student, to go to their funeral where they're buried in their prom dress.
Address an individual board member, just address the board.
Yes, sir. You don't know what it's like to walk up to a casket 47 times because your students want to say goodbye to their friend but didn't have the strength to go by themselves. Y'all don't know, but I do. We're tired of the talk, which seems to be all it has done lately. And it's sad that you've been on our campus 3 times in capacity as school board member, to my knowledge, is just a simple teacher. Yet you were on our campus longer for a homeowners association meeting held in our cafeteria than your 3 visits combined. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the hypocrisy. How are we supposed to change who we are or what the community thinks of if our own school board member tears us down, and our students too?
Time is up. Thank you. Just another warning, when somebody's speaking, please no shouting. It is distractive to the person speaking, and we need to hear what they're saying. Next, is there Mr. Jackson, U.S. Army here?
Yes, sir.
Is it Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Apologize. I couldn't tell for sure.
That's all right, sir.
You have 3 minutes.
That's fantastic, sir. I won't need any more time than that. So that's perfect. Well,
Give us your
thank
name
you.
and address and carry
My
on.
name is Donald Jackson, United States Army Education Services Director here in Tampa, Florida, ma'am. Fellow members of the board, I don't know, ma'am, if this is a tribute to you. I feel like I'm not very well prepared for that, based off of the number of accolades and stuff that you've been able to receive. So it's just an honor to be here. We've always enjoyed a tremendous relationship with our community, serving our community, and also developing a relationship with our academic community partners. And what we're here to do basically is just hand out some information, a little bit of information for you that tells you a little bit more about what we're capable of doing and the things that we like to be able to provide to our community partners and our academic institutions. And I'll follow up, ma'am, if you have an opportunity to send you an email and we can meet more to discuss more of the details that are in here. So that's the only thing I really have. We do also have Lieutenant Childress and also Sergeant Hernandez. They may have a few comments. If you don't mind, I can hand
They
those
can
over.
keep it in the total of 3 minutes. Give us are you a student?
No, I'm a member of the U.S. Army.
Okay, I'm sorry. Give us, if you could, at least give us your name and,
Good evening, I'm Lieutenant Childress, Commanding Officer of the Central Florida Recruiting Company. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to discuss our program with you. We always seek to become role models in the community, and we look forward to bringing a positive presence. Without further ado, I'll have Sergeant Hernandez speak on opportunities we provide.
Sergeant Hernandez, I'm the Station Commander for the Kissimmee Recruiting Office. Some of the opportunities that we can provide to your students is college and career readiness. I think that's the most important thing that we can offer your students right now. Without that, we want to make sure they're college and career ready. That way, they're better prepared for the future, and there are tomorrow's future, okay? I've been part of the recruiting command for about 8 years, and I've never seen an organization like this. This is a phenomenal organization, a good school district, and I just want to let you know that I'm honored to be part of this community and help these young men and women of your school district.
Hi, I am Liliana Ventura. I'm a staff sergeant in the United States Army. I'm also a career counselor and currently studying general counseling to eventually become a guidance counselor. That's what I want to do in the future. I personally have been at Liberty High School, Ponciana High School, and various high schools throughout the district. However, some of the pushback that we've run into is that depending on the high school is whether or not we are allowed to be able to present the information and opportunities to our high school students. We are coming here today on behalf not just of the United States Army, but in general for all of DoD military to be able to present this information to our high school students. The biggest thing is that what we're finding is they don't know that there are opportunities out there that is not always specifically geared to just college or career or tech school, because military can also help you do that. Now, I'm not saying that we're coming out here to hope that everyone wants to join the military, because of course that would be great, but I do want to be able to have the opportunity to reach all of our students, whether that's in classroom presentations, whether that's an assembly once a year, and really get these kids involved with the ASVAB testing that's offered within the schools. So when we come for here today, it's just to be able to hopefully sit down and have a meeting at some point and across the board be able to reach our high school students within the district equally throughout all of the high schools. Thank you for your time.
Before you leave, do you have a?
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for your service. I really appreciate you coming. LT, thank you for the interest coming down here for that purpose. Dr. Pace, I think the genesis of their coming here is the fact that depending on the school, they've had difficulty getting on campus, meeting with our kids, having the face-to-face exposure, and once, aside from just the issues of COVID, we need to set up some kind of process so that all the recruiters across all the different agencies, all the Defense Department services can have access to our students.
Yes, sir, I
Thank you.
follow up with Mr. Cook and the team tomorrow.
Thank all of you for coming. Wait a minute.
One of you guys my card. I do have a college fair that I do. It's independent, but you might be able to partner up. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
LT, actually, if I may, Mr. Chairman, if you will permit me, I'll give one to the station commander, but if you can come forward, I actually have some coins. So, if I may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Do you guys work in unison with the ROTC units, or is that separate?
Yes, but it depends on the high school, whether or not you have the accessibility to work with that general TC instructor.
Not every campus has.
Exactly, yes. Thank you very much for your time, I appreciate it, thank you.
Next up will be Kevin Zevchik, followed by Greg Garris. Mr. Zevchik, give us your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Kevin Zepchek, I live in 1043 Main Terrace in Celebration. Thank you, esteemed board members. My daughter Faith Zepchek is at the Celebration K-8 school. I'm not here to cite a bunch of data and facts to you. You are the Board of Education, and we all assume that you are all very educated and highly intelligent individuals. The data is there, the science is there, and hundreds of, if not thousands of tests have been made to prove that social distance measures, along with masking and safe practices, work with preventing the spread of COVID for those that cannot or will not be vaccinated. What I am here to do is implore you, as a concerned parent, to implement these measures to protect our children, their families, and the faculty and staff of the schools. I get it that some parents don't want and should retain the rights to make their decisions for their children. But when that right and decision affects the health, well-being, and life of others, that's when the government steps in. Just as all other vaccination mandates have been implemented for decades in the past, we have eradicated many diseases. COVID is brand new, and this vaccine needs its time to be fully administered in our society. We must do what we need and what we know to mitigate the spread of this at this time. My daughter has given up her interest in after-school activities and has requested to change her schedule to remove physical education. All that because masks cannot be worn at this time. She is vaccinated, but has the common sense and compassion for others. She has given up these rights because she knows that these are the little sacrifices to give for the greater good. I taught her at a very young age that the needs of many outweigh the needs of few, or the one. The law that the governor has made restricting the schools from mandating masks has been declared unlawful and wrong. It is time to stand up and do the right thing for our kids and your staff. Many of the school districts across the state are following the lead of the districts across the nation, and let's stop Florida from being the butt of the joke and rather the position of example. Please give our kids the same regard and respect. Every single educated person, nearly every single educated person in this room is wearing a mask. That should be the only data that you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garris will be followed by Christina Stewart.
Good evening, Board. Greg Garris, 3302 Lake Carey Drive, St. Cloud, Florida, and a proud educator at St. Cloud Middle School. Board, I can't believe you learn so much when you listen to people instead of running your own mouth. Tonight, talking to another educator in a high school, I was told that there are not very many substitutes in their building. Subs are not necessarily showing up. Gosh knows, when we changed the middle school schedule, it became even more complex to try to get substitutes to work until 4:30 almost in the afternoon. For our administrators, I can't imagine what they're going through trying to fill the voids. This high school teacher told me that at times there are hundreds of students being housed in a cafeteria during an academic period. I just want you guys to know, wherever you come down on the mask mandate, you're not going to make everybody happy. I think that's pretty obvious. It's an untenable position. It is just unbelievable what you must have to go through and what our school leadership must go through. And I'm mindful of that. But I am also mindful that I need you to follow science. And what I know about science is that if you change too many variables at once, if you have to close the virtual option for our students because of funding, if you have to then fill our buildings full to 100% capacity, and then you remove the mask. We could have done one, probably, or the other. But for me right now, the amount of makeup work and trying to keep my kids going forward and going backwards at the same time, it's exceedingly difficult, just from an educational standpoint. I want my kids to learn. Right now we're doing the Explorers. I want my kids to know about that. But I've got so many that are out and some that are coming back in. So it's just really difficult for the teachers. Be mindful of the employees, because the employees are also looking to our neighboring districts, and we're watching to see what the neighboring districts do, because a majority of teachers are not on continuing contract and they can leave like that. Okay.
Mr. O'Grady, your light was on. Christina Stewart?
Christina had an emergency.
She's gone, okay. Mr. Allen, Larry Allen, is he still here? And then he'll be followed by Kevin Parker. You get a little advanced tonight.
I want to make sure you all hear me. I wear this for you, not for me. I want to make sure you hear me though. Larry Allen, 722 Mabbitt.
Kissimmee. This is like a state of the Osceola address from a labor perspective. So instructional bargaining, we meet for the third time this school year on Thursday. All we've talked about so far is post-planning day and the disaster relief $1,000. The governor spent $3.6 million tax dollars to make sure that check went directly to individuals instead of running it through you, our elected officials. Unfortunately, and we're grateful for that, but unfortunately, he left out half the employees. Now, prior to the disbursement of that check, we thought we had an agreement with SDOC where they would match, because that $1,000 only goes to classroom teachers. There are a lot of other teachers that help make our kids successful. Unfortunately, bargaining is losing momentum because it seems like your team wants to bundle everything in an all or nothing sort of agreement. And we're so close, the sad thing is we're so close on a number of items that we could write an MOU and get it done and keep moving forward. ESP bargaining update. They feel forgotten and left out and not really appreciated because we haven't met this school year and we canceled a couple meetings last school year. Substitutes. We have an issue with substitutes. There are simply not enough. As Greg said, there are auditoriums full of students that should be in class. There are long-term subs. There are people being pulled from their primary job positions to cover classes. And nothing against subs because I've met some phenomenal subs, but let's face it, in general, they are not our first string. They're not our starting instructors. Evaluations. What can we do to extend grace and compassion not only to our students, but our staff? The point is, we have no idea what staff is overcoming each morning to get to school to give our kids some semblance of normalcy. This is not a normal year, so there shouldn't be a normal evaluation. Families in transition are staff also. Sickness, death, homelessness is not just for students. I'm not going to say anything negative about Dr. Pace. I'm glad she had lots of people show up to support her in the job she's done in this uncommon time. You know, it's crazy. But I want to remind you, she may have provided the vision, but it was carried out by the teachers, the paras, the nurses, the techs, the clerical, custodial, maintenance, etc. So if you truly believe Osceola is great and getting better, prove it. Take care of the people making it happen. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Kevin Parker, followed by Mike Kepner. Is Kevin here?
Yes.
Okay. Kevin, you know the drill, give us your name, and I see you're protected, go ahead.
Good evening, board. As you all know, my name is Kevin Parker. I'd like to put the mask issue aside and talk about something that we haven't really touched on. There's a lot of parents and a lot of students who don't feel comfortable going to school the way it is. Many of them are immune compromised or they have immune compromised family members and they're afraid for their safety. So a lot of parents decide to pull their kids out of school. So what do? You try to enroll them in a virtual option. The only problem with that now is that there's no more spaces. We have hundreds of kids waiting to get an education. And the fact that you all sit here in your seats tells me that you guys care about students and their education. So why isn't there a virtual option for the kids who can't get one? Can anyone answer that? Come up with a solution. We can all agree that regardless of a child's race, their income background, their disability status, they all deserve the right to an education. Figure it out, guys. Put the math politics aside, work on this problem. We can argue about math another time, but there are students that need classes. You have teachers who don't feel comfortable in schools, who will gladly take that option. Figure it out. Please, get us a second option. Get us an alternative. Get us a virtual option for the students who need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kepner, and then will be followed by Megan Carter. And I've got something to say before Megan starts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board. Dr. Pace, it's good to see you all again tonight. I like to call myself the unsophisticated common man. But I've got a master's degree. I've got a PhD in warfighting, and I've got 23 years of experience as a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear officer in the United States Army. The cloth mask you're wearing on your face, it's not doing anything for you. Doesn't do any of our kids, but raise their carbon dioxide levels over the safe, healthy exposure limits set by national standards. After 9/11 2001, I was responsible for training hazardous material units throughout Europe. We trained level A suits with self-contained breathing apparatus, purified air rebreathers, Army military issued chemical masks, and I went into some hot places. And not once did I think I could go into a place where there was a virus, a droplet, an aerosol, that I thought the cloth mask on my face would protect me. That's just a fact. So don't let elected politicians or those who want to be elected politicians come in here and force your hand and do something that your parents don't want. Follow what our kids said, follow what my son said. Dad, don't let them do it. I don't want to wear a mask. But I didn't really come here tonight to talk about the mask. I come here tonight as a parent, as a military retiree who retired in 2016, knew we were coming to Florida. And we spent our time looking for the one thing that mattered the most, and that was a school district where our son could thrive and succeed. We thought we were going to go to Claremont. We thought we were going to be up in Lake County. I didn't like it. When we came to Osceola County, we went to Harmony Community School. We learned about the school district's vision. I got to meet with Dr. Pace on a number of occasions, and we fell in love with Dr. Pace's vision was, what the teachers and the staff of Harmony Community School and the Harmony Middle School put together. I will never, ever be dissatisfied with the choice we made when we retired. The education my son has received, the opportunities he has garnered in the time he's been in the school district of Osceola County can't be matched. They cannot be measured against any other school district in the state. And we're a military family. We've been across the world and seen school districts from Germany to North Carolina. So I stand here tonight as a parent, as a proud member of the community, and as a person whose son is committed to the school district of Osceola County. And I want to say thank you to Dr. Pace, and I want to express my sincere appreciation for your vision and all you've done for the students in the community. And I encourage everyone to vote yes and to keep her as our superintendent for as long as possible. Thank you, sir.
I think we are down to people just wishing to talk on mass. There's a couple people that didn't put what it was. But I'm just gonna, again, we'll listen to every single one on here. But if you want to get some spokespersons or a couple people team up, it's 8 o'clock now. A lot of people have been here a long time. We'll stay as long as it takes. But we kind of know the messaging, so we'll go through them however you choose to do. Megan Carter is up, and Tammy Fitzgibbons would be next.
My name is Megan Carter. I live at 204 Ellsworth Court, Kissimmee. Again, I know you guys all know about what's going on. I wanted to enlighten you all, though, about a new vocabulary term that I learned this week. It's called astroturfing. Astroturfing is the opposite of grassroots activism. This is money-funded special interest groups that show up to board meetings like this one and cause a stir. If you notice, parents, teachers, and community members who are here in support of mass don't have matching t-shirts. We don't have professionally made signs. And I just want to remind the board that at the top of the power structure is the Osceola citizens. So any school board member that is intimidating teachers, I'm after your job. That's it.
Next up is Tammy Fitzgibbon, followed by Shelley Fitzgibbon.
My name is Tammy Fitzgibbon. I live in Kissimmee, Florida. My great governor made an executive order to please both parties. You can wear a mask, you don't have to wear a mask. If you're so afraid of COVID that is 99% survival rate, then you wear the mask because you're safe. My body, my choice, right? So I choose not to wear a mask or my children. Oh, but my body, my choice is different now, since I don't fit, and it don't fit the agenda. The CDC says we have to wear a mask on our kid's face so tight. A lot of respiratory problems is gonna occur. They can't breathe fresh air for 7 to 8 hours. You guys sitting here, I've been watching everybody. I counted 27 times people's been fidgeting with their masks, taking them off to get a drink. You expect these little kids, high schoolers, whatever, to not touch them? Okay. I don't want to hear anyone tell me we're doing this for the safety of the children. Anyone who encourages this, shame on you. Shame on you. If this COVID is so contagious and deadly, our worthless Democratic administration we have right now would shut down the borders, stop letting these infected people into our communities. They don't test them, they just send them through. We have to be worried about our schools with terrorism now. That's what you guys should be afraid of right now, is the terrorists coming into our schools and doing whatever. Your job as a school is to teach, and not this critical race theory crap that's being taught in our children's today. I don't need you schools, you need us. I can homeschool my children. My children don't need schools. I'd be happy to help any one of these families homeschool. I can put them in the right direction, there's groups, it's not expensive, it's not hard. It just takes a little bit of time to spend with your kids as teachers, which we've all been doing since they've been born. And with that, that's all I have to say.
Excuse me, sir. Want to stand up?
Yes.
If you will keep making comments, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. If it was,
Me making comments?
if it
I'm
wasn't
not
you.
making any verbal comments, sir. I was just addressing that we needed someone from, if it gets out of hand, then we should have that person escorted out. Because we heard many disparaging comments, sir, in the last board meeting last week to, suck, a man's, a Chinese man's fellatio. We had people that were being threatened with not being American citizens.
Excuse me,
as
sir.
escorted.
That's it.
But I was not saying anything, sir. I was just waving my sign and addressing that, hopefully.
Sir,
that
you're saying stuff right now. I've asked you to stop. Next up, is it Shelley? Shelby, oh, I'm sorry. Fitzgibbon.
Shelby Fitzgibbon from Kissimmee, Florida. As a 17-year-old in a local district, these masks do suck. And they suck because it isn't normal. And I miss seeing people's facial features and their smiles. It's also very hard to hear people half of the time going to school. And to me, these masks don't do anything to protect anyone. It's a thin layer of cloth. As a 17-year-old, I do miss seeing people happy and smiling. Some of my friends that I have met in school wear masks, and I've been in school for about 5 weeks now. And a few days ago was the first time I've seen my friends smile. And I just hate the fact I can't see someone's features, their nose, lips, smile, cheeks. It's so irritating. I miss it so bad, and in school it has become a social problem for many. These masks are also that are protecting people are just giving people more issues. People are even getting to a point where they can't feel like they can't even hug someone or shake someone's hand. And it's getting out of hand. But in school, kids should not wear masks. It's affecting kids' lives, their social lives, and probably many other things. So I think schools shouldn't get masked. It's harming children mentally and physically. If you don't see that, then there's something wrong with you. I just want you to notice how much this is affecting kids, so do not mask us, please.
Next up is Laura McAdams, be followed by Kara Zepchik And if you are a student and you come up, just say, I'm a student, you do not need to give your name, I apologize for. Just give that name and address for the record in 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Laura McAdams. She's going to be handing you something that, things I've been collecting over the last couple of weeks. My address is St. Cloud, Florida, and I would like to begin by bringing up other important topics related to education, not health, which is what the school board is hired to do, the education, not the health. I have recently met with Dr. Pace, Mr. Bass, and actually Mr. Hawkins in the past couple of weeks, and expressed some of my concerns with teachers and parents that I've come to be close with over the summer. The issues of critical race theory and transgender topics are real. They are happening in our schools. And as I said before, when we met, the teachers were trained and were exposed to this material over the summer. And it seems Dr. Pace was not aware of this material and would be covered. But then as I left that meeting that day, when I met with them, I kind of questioned myself, well, isn't this the board's job to ensure children's education? I mean, shouldn't the training material be reviewed prior to sending it out to hundreds of teachers? So now teachers have shared valuable information that was given to them by Dr. Pace via video and emails. One of the emails is included in that folder. Parents have been sending me what their kids are sharing with them from their teachers and what pronoun, what gender would they like to be referred as. I mean, seriously, is this stuff that really needs to be in our schools right now? Pointing out the skin color and gender, of children, is that something that we should be discussing? Children shouldn't be learning about this at any grade level. Children need to be learning proper mathematics, science, true history, and things that only pertain to, proper education that's going to prepare them for life. Race, gender, sexual orientation are issues that those individual students should discuss with their parents, teacher, principal, counselor if needed in private, but not subject to debate in the classroom. These are things of the world that they can experience after they go off to college and live in the world. We all know some teachers have their beliefs, opinions, but that should always be kept to themselves. If a student asks a question, the teacher should simply say, that topic is not up for discussion. It's pretty simple. At this point, I feel many others feel the board can't, be trusted as far as letting these teachers know, don't be teaching this in schools. Our governor has banned that, so that's another thing that, shouldn't be taught. It shouldn't even have been trained on. So I don't even understand why that happened. But, it is what it is at this point, but we need to just nip it in the bud, and I'm going to continue to voice out to parents and teachers and ask them to continue to send me information and send it to you guys as I get it. So one other thing that I did learn of and found as I was doing some of this research is
Ms. McDowell, you have about 15 seconds.
no problem, is that since Dr. Pace was a appointed leader of the American Rescue Plan by the Biden administration of Osceola County and has access to $100 billion in stimulus funds. So I highly recommend that we put that money to work for the schools and the teachers. Maybe get some information from both teachers and parents. Maybe, install cameras so that we can keep an eye on our kids.
Wrap it up. Ms.
That's
McDowell.
it.
Thank you. Next up will be Laura Zepchik, will be followed by Isabella Macedo.
Who's up next? I'm sorry.
What's that?
Is it Kara Zepchik?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's me. All right. Hi, everybody.
You're
Sorry about
next.
that. I am a mom in Celebration. I have 4 children. I have 3 adult children. I have a military son. I have a daughter who's graduated and just living her life. Then I have a law student son. I have 1 daughter left in Osceola County. She is at Celebration K-8. She is really something. I'm here because I feel that we need the mask mandates. I feel like our school has already closed once. We've lost 1 faculty member, which is awful. I cannot imagine losing more. Our teachers are so valuable, and our students are valuable. Every single student I mean, I can't imagine losing one more person to this. And if we can do something small by wearing a piece of cloth over our faces, it's worth it. As school board members, you advocate for education. Why are we not listening to the educated? The WHO, the CDC, well, I lost my place, but whatever. They all say that it's recommended. Why are we not listening to these smart people? The CDC has been looking out for us since 1946. They have been taking our health into their hands since 1946. We listened to these recommendations last year. Why are we stopping? We need to listen to the highly educated doctors and scientists. These are the people that tell us that masks help stop the spread. Everyone who has told me masks don't work or not to get vaccinated has sources that lead me back to a politician. Everybody that wears a mask and believes in masks and believes in getting vaccinated has led me back to a doctor or a scientist. Please stop listening to the politicians. They are in it for publicity, for fame, or to get elected in some capacity to better themselves. These are not the people that we want to be listening to. We want to be listening to the smart people, to the doctors, to the educated people. Our schools are a lot different than last year. We're at full capacity this year, unlike last year when some of the kids were remote learning. So unfortunately, that means less chance of social distancing. So now, more than ever, we need to wear these masks. As we know, masks work best when every single person wears it. We have to protect our most vulnerable young children that cannot get vaccinated yet. And the teachers and staff who come in contact every day with these kids. Teachers are some of the most educated and important part of our community, and we need them protected as well. It is such a strain on them to have to teach both online and in person at the same time because of the COVID outbreaks.
Time is up, Miss.
Oh, one more second. If wearing a mask saves even one more life, it is worth it. Please, I implore you to make America smart again, to make Osceola's school system smart again and safe again. Follow the science.
Next up is Isabella Macedo.
Good evening. My name is Isabella Macedo. I'm a sophomore in high school, and I am the president of the Turning Point USA chapter in St. Cloud. Turning Point USA is a nonprofit organization that focuses on the free markets, limited government, and freedom. We ensure that our rights as Americans don't get taken away. Organizations like these are made because of people like you who try to take away our rights. The day I was born in America, I was granted life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You all took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. However, this past year, you have managed to fail at every single one of these. Now, since half the people in here won't do their own research, I'm here to present it for you. April 13th of 2020. This was the day that Osceola County mandated mandatory masks. Life. Results showed that recent suicidal ideation was 1.60 and 1.45 times higher in March and July of 2020 than in March and July of 2019. Odds of recent suicide attempt were 1.58, 2.34, 1.75, and 1.77 times higher in February, March, April, and July 2020 than in the same months in 2019. Liberty. Workers who refuse to wear face coverings during the pandemic can face discipline or termination, with scant legal options available for them to challenge that coronavirus prevention policy. Union-represented employees and public workers who object to the policy based on free speech also have little resource to avoid discipline. The pursuit of happiness. The proportion of youth ages 11 through 17 who accessed an MHA screening was 9% higher than the average in 2019. Not only are the number of youth searching for help with their mental health increasing, but throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, youth ages 11 through 17 have been more likely than any other age group to score for moderate to severe symptoms of anxiety and depression. Last year, in my freshman year of high school, I wrote a 15-page research paper on the effectiveness of medical masks. After several weeks of researching, I have come up with my own conclusion: masks do not work on healthy people. The same people who fight for unity and for equality are the same people that isolate the healthy people who choose not to wear masks. We live in America. the land of the free because of the brave. I refuse to live in a society that I am controlled by you because you choose to live in fear. This is not the country that our founding fathers had envisioned for us. We live in America because this is the land of opportunity. Do not take this right away from me and from the thousands of patriotic lives lost so that you and I can live free. In America, we do not hide ourselves behind masks. We have the right to self-govern ourselves and to choose what we want to do with our own bodies. I have been blessed to live in this beautiful nation with my First Amendment right to stand up here and say that I am proud to be an American.
Next up is Adriana Morales, be followed by Angelica McKinney.
Excuse me, what do you hear you?
First one is Adriana Morales.
Ariani?
Still here?
Ariani?
She's not here.
Okay. Next, Angelica McKinney. Be followed by Debbie Mann.
Hi.
Hello. Give us your name and address and 3 minutes.
Yes, Angelica McKinney, 7060 Branch Court, St. Cloud 34771. Can you hear me there?
Can you hear me?
Okay. So last year, the fight was because some of you wanted to deny face-to-face instruction. Many students went back to school face-to-face, and the condition was to wear a mask all year long. Because of them, our governor was able to use the data of all the schools wearing or not a mask, what the impact was, and it led to his executive order about making masks optional. On August 17th, you decided to defy it by making your own mask rules, which, by the way, you are aware that no superintendent is to be making their own mask mandates. I asked if any member of the board had been contacted by the current administration to defy the governor, and I'm still waiting for an answer. The school sends forms for opting in or out, for vision tests, pictures, just to mention some. Why would you ask only for opting out to be submitted, especially when you are not going to enforce it? Just to come in and use them to push for full mask mandates? No one has to send any forms. Masks are optional, and they don't work, and you all know it. Just last week, August 30th, there was an emergency meeting to try to enforce mask mandates. Not for 60 days, because the 30 days that you agreed on, which is not due yet, it is not enough for some of you who are obviously obsessed about masking our children. So how about you start obsessing with finding qualified teachers, the ones that the only agenda is to teach what they are supposed to, math, literature, science, history, and the same goes by any substitutes. How about you start obsessing with visiting the classrooms and make sure that there is no propaganda that doesn't belong in the classrooms? How about you start obsessing with making sure that no CRT is taught in our classroom? One teacher pushing CRT is too many. How about you start obsessing with finding reliable bus drivers? How about you start obsessing with being the #1 in the state of Florida?
You have about 15 seconds.
Remember, just as you call for emergency meetings, so can we. And it's not going to be only for making masks optional. We can also call those meetings to remove the ones that are a negative influence to this county.
Ms. McKinney, your time is up.
So it's to finally to end this mask obsession is going to come up to signature, believe me. We have them and ours are real. Thank you.
Next up will be Debbie Mann, followed by Nancy Batista. Name and address for the record, 3 minutes, you know.
My name's Debbie Mann. My address is 1180 Sungrove Lane, St. Cloud, Florida. For those worried, I have lived here for 27 years and I've taught in this school district going on 17 years. I want to talk about 2 things. One is the mask mandate. I want to say thank you, and I appreciate the fact at the meeting Monday a week ago that we let that motion die, and I appreciate that you listened to the parents and listened to the people of Osceola County. And the fact that our governor has given an order, and right now it does have a stay. And if you want to know if you're on the right track, you need to think about 900 people a day are moving to the state of Florida. If they were scared to move to the state of Florida, they wouldn't be flooding in at 900 people a day, okay? So if you want to know if you're on the right track, you need to follow what our governor is doing. At my school, perfect example, we are probably 90% of our students, maybe more, unmasked. 95% of our staff, unmasked. We have a positivity rate of 0.44% at my school. So at this point, it's futile. We have them for 7.5 hours a day, and they're spending 16 hours a day doing who knows what else with their families, organized sports, here and there recreation. So if we're not going to worry about all that, I really don't think we need to be forcing everybody's medical and health choices during the 7.5 hours we have them. The other thing I would like to talk about, I know that we are still in the bargaining situation. I would implore you to think about your veteran teachers. I know that myself personally, I sat in a town hall meeting of some kind in my own school library 3 years ago when we were changing up the start times and the busing system. And a lot of people were upset about the times, later times for the middle schools and things like that. One of the things that appeased everybody was we were told that this new busing system was going to save the district approximately $3 million a year. And we were told that that money was money that could be used for teacher salary. And I know that we didn't all go into teaching to make money, okay? But it's still a job, and you reward a job well done financially. We appreciate the thank you emails, but a good job is rewarded financially. And we need it, and we're ready for it. Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. Nancy Batista will be followed by Tony McMorrow.
Last year, my uncle passed away due to COVID-19 on August 30th after a 72-day hospitalization. He was one of 5 janitors that got sick in Celebration K through 8. As they were reopening the schools and it was pushed before proper preparations to reopen that were put into place. Last week, 15 educators died in Miami-Dade in just 10 days. Since the start of COVID, I knew I was at a higher risk because of my autoimmune disease. Right after my uncle got COVID, my mom and I both ended up getting it. Yes, I survived, but I have suffered many health issues as a result of having COVID. Things that I did not have before, like high blood pressure. There are other long-term effects that are a result of COVID. Since the Delta variant occurred, I had 2 other family members pass away. My cousin's 35-year-old wife, a mother of 6-year-old twins, and a 9-year-old, all under the age of being able to get vaccinated. Kids under the age of 12 are not able to get vaccinated, and right now, due to the Delta variant, not only are they at risk, but they are putting our loved ones at risk. The educators are also someone's parents, someone's aunts, and someone's uncles. They are someone's loved ones. We need for masks to be mandatory while in school. Comparing the numbers from last year, once the proper CDC guidelines were put into place, we saw how the numbers were less than what we currently are seeing now. Just a week and a half ago, Celebration K through 8 had over 247 quarantine and 52 cases. Last year, that same school had 0 quarantine and 0 positive cases for that same week. The masks work. Something that has changed and no one has brought up is that now the contact time frame has been reduced to just 5 minutes in comparison to what it was last year of 15 minutes. My daughter's gym teacher happens to be the football coach at Celebration High School. He told them, the students, needed to switch seats every 14 minutes just so that they are never 15 minutes in direct contact with anyone. This is misinformation. The Delta variant only requires 5 minutes. We expect educators to do the right thing, but this same teacher tested positive and still showed up to school, putting others at risk, and without wearing a mask. According to the CDC study,
Ms.
an
Batista, you have about
unvaccinated
15 seconds.
teacher infected over a dozen students and some of their parents. Some parents argue on parental rights. Those parental rights are voided when you're intentionally putting your child and others in harm's way. This is negligence in comparison to a seatbelt. Not wearing one can put you at risk and getting hurt during an
I need
accident.
you to wrap up. Your time is up.
1 second. Plain and simple, wearing one can save someone's life. If parents want to go through the route of parental rights, let's make it fair. Have parents that actually live in this district and that have children in this district to participate in the vote. Each child has a unique
Ms.
student ID.
Batista, I'm going to have to ask you to
Have
stop.
one parent
Nobody else
per
is talking.
student vote on this issue.
We've been going here a pretty good bit. We're going to take a quick recess of about maybe 7 minutes till 8:35, and we'll start back. So everybody stretch a little bit. attention, please, while, well, I thought Mr. Bass was right. All right, everybody, we're gonna reconvene the, school board at, 8:34. I'm assuming Mr. Bass will be in here in a couple of minutes. Tony McMorrow, I know you were ready, Tony, a minute ago, I've lost you. Tony? Tony will be followed by Alana Bianco.
Hi there, my name is Tony McMorrow. I live at 3936 Chaplain Road, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772. Here we are again, yet fighting for our rights as parents. I can say I'm so proud of our governor and what he has penalized Alachua County and Broward County with. For any of you that think that you can make medical decisions for my child is beyond me. Us parents are not up here asking you to ban masks in schools. We are asking that you keep them optional and let us parents decide what is and is not best for our children. I feel if this continues on and we have to keep coming here to fight for our rights, I will be leading a recall petition. I have done plenty of research on this and I feel us as parents have a strong case since the majority of you have defied the governor, his orders, and the Parents' Bill of Rights. As I am sure each of you know, the hospitalization rate for children is extremely low at 0.0013% and a death rate of 0.008%. Your own medical professional said last week that cloth masks are not worn properly and do not work. And I would say 95% of children will be in a cloth mask. A mask full of bacteria, germs, and not cleaned properly. He also stated you would not see a change in transmission rates. As it's been stated, 94% of our students in the county are wearing masks, so that leaves roughly 6% of our student population without a mask on. If we are having this much compliance, then why change the current policy? Do I believe this virus is real? 100%. But do I feel that anyone should be making medical decisions for me or my child? No. That would be like you allowing me to come to the doctor or hospital with you and making your medical decisions. I don't think you would appreciate it, as I don't appreciate that you as a board think that you can make medical decisions on behalf of my family. As pointed out last week, Dr. Pace had to remove her mask to address the board in public, and my guess is because she knows that when she has a mask on and is speaking, everything is muffled and not clear. How do you expect our children to learn in an environment like this? The thing is, this virus is not going anywhere anytime soon. People have to stop living in fear. There are vaccines available for those who choose that route. You can wear a mask or you can stay home. Everyone has options, just like it should be my option if I want to mask my child or not. Also, last week, parents removed their masks to speak to the board. One particularly stood out to me. She took her mask off, laid it on the podium, spoke into a microphone that 30+ people had been speaking into, rest her hands on that same podium, which had also been touched by 30+ people, to state her case on why masks should be mandatory, only to put that mask back on when she finished her statement. That is exactly what children do with masks in school. A hospital setting is one thing for masks where they are worn properly, but children especially do not wear them as they should. And unless you are providing our students with medical grade masks for each of the children that they change multiple times a day, that tactic, so hold on, let me just end it. In conclusion, I want to thank each of you for last week keeping our current mask policy. And I hope today that you choose the same thing. It is my right as a parent to choose what I want for my family medically, as it should be for yours.
Thank you, Mr. McGraw. Alana Bianca, and she'll be followed by Kaylee Baker.
My name's Alana Bianco. I was here to speak with you guys about a month and a half ago, right before school started, so I'm not a new face. First off, Mr. Bass, I wanted to say real quick that I think you were the one that said you're gonna go spend a day in the life of a teacher. I want to applaud that and appreciate you for that. However, I really strongly encourage every board member here to do the same thing, if not longer. Here's the thing, I had emergency surgery over the weekend and I still went to work today. That's nothing new for teachers. We give and we sacrifice every single day because we care about our students. That being said, I want to go forward and read more of what I have written, but I wanted to acknowledge that because that to me is important, that you are attempting to understand teachers. It's been said that anti-intellectualism is one of the greatest problems in the world today. I'm a teacher, I'm an intellectualist, I'm a book nerd, I'm a fact hoarder, I research as much as I can, I love facts and I love education. I seek to educate our youth so that they can live lives that they can be proud of, whatever that might be. It is the job of every educator to value knowledge, learning, and science is part of that. We should be visible learners as leaders within our own schools and model appreciation of knowledge for our students. When the very people meant to lead these schools reject knowledge, intelligent thinking, and facts, they lose in that moment the right to lead. Over the course of this pandemic, I have continually witnessed this board and many other supposed leaders in this county put politics ahead of lives and their own agendas ahead of their teachers. It is only when we come here and fight and push and challenge do you make minimal change at best. When you cannot do right the first time, you cannot be expected to do right without it turning into a battle. So here we are, again, to battle you once more. Never should we have to, though. You should be on the side of education, of life, science, humanity, kindness, and selflessness. But instead, that's not what we're seeing so often. Some of you, here and there, but for the most part, as a collective body, we are struggling with this. This past February, I lost my father-in-law to COVID. Now, a lot of people might say, well, he was probably old. No, he wasn't. He was fine and healthy. We lost a dean in the county, and it was neither here nor there, apparently, according to some members here. It is your responsibility to protect. And right now, a lot of teachers feel like we are living in Russian roulette with our lives and with our families' lives. When did masks become a political problem? No, different than
You have about 15 seconds.
different than the school shootings drills that we do all the time to prepare for a rare thing that might happen. I need you to consider this because as leaders, we trust you with our lives and the lives of our students and our own children. I don't want to lose a member of my family or my colleagues to your decisions or indecision. Thank you.
Next up is Kaylee Baker, followed by Becky Burnett. Baker, name and address for the record in 30 seconds.
My name is Kaylee Baker, 1680 Justin Matthew Way, St. Cloud, Florida. Thank you all for taking the time to listen to me and all the other concerned parents here. I am the mother of a 5-year-old who attends kindergarten here in Osceola County. It is proven that face masks provide a warm and moist environment for bacteria to grow. According to reports from rationalground.com, 6 face masks were sent to a lab at the University of Florida, and 5 of them were contaminated with bacteria, parasites, and fungi, including 3 with dangerous pathogens and pneumonia-causing bacteria. You can find all of this information with the whole study at rationalground.com, as well as U.S. Public Forum. I have seen firsthand how children his age treat their masks. They are constantly touching them and touching others, and consistently dropping them on the ground. It is not sanitary and causes more harm than good. At what point during the day will these masks be tested for how much bacteria children are breathing in and ensuring that they are still safe to wear? That's right, they won't be, because that's not your job. It's also not your job to make health decisions for my child. It's completely absurd to expect these children to be muzzled in the classroom, but turn around and eat together in the cafeteria and play on the playground. Both places where the mask won't be on and where they are in close contact with each other. Can you honestly tell me the playground is sanitized between the groups of kids throughout the day? Requiring masks in the classroom but not in the cafeteria or playground is defeating the purpose of masking altogether. Many of these children go home and play with their friends, compete in new sports, and indulge in other after-school activities where masks are not required. Forcing to mask at schools is only instilling fear that the school itself is an unsafe place. We're not asking you for to ban facial coverings. Could you imagine the uproar if that were the case? We are simply asking you to let the parents continue to decide what's best for their child. Thank you for moving forward with the current mask policy, and I hope it continues to remain the parent's choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Becky Burnett, followed by Joe DeLeosandra. Back here.
Good evening, Becky Burnett, Osceola County. I would like to start by reading an article I found on WFTV Channel 9 News. Just one section of it. She said social distancing will never fully leave the school environment. The lack of colds, flu, and other sniffle-causing viruses running rampant through the winter showed educators that those disruptions can be minimized through vigilance and frequent hand washing. That gives me pause as to where we're headed with this. If she's wanting to do vigilance over common colds and scared of the sniffles in children, how far are we going to take this? This came from the leader of the school board. It is common knowledge catching cold and stomach viruses are the way children build their immune systems. If we sanitize and isolate children, we are doing them a grave disservice, and we all know how the human age will be wiped out then. I do want to thank the school board and all the school boards across the U.S. I believe you have awakened the silent majority, the freedom fighters. We sat back and thought y'all had our backs, but we were wrong. While others marched on D.C. with pink hats, we were taking care of our husbands and children. When people burned down cities in the name of anti-racism, we sat back on our laurels. But not anymore. You have awakened the mama and daddy bears. We are attending every school board, every city council, county commissioner meetings. We will not be silent anymore. And one note, to all the pro-maskers, we are not anti-mask. We are choice masks. All we want is the freedom to protect our children and our families how we choose. And I would hope you would want the same. We will continue to be the land of the free only if we are brave.
Thank you. Next up, Joe DeAlessandro. Joe here. Randy, is he out in the lobby? Joe DeAlessandro. Okay. All right, next up will be Tamika Lyles, followed by Maxwell Frost. Lyles, you know the routine.
All right, good evening. I want to first, before I even get started, I want to thank Terry Castillo for your bravery last school board meeting. Shame that no one else could stand up and truly represent this district the way that you did last time. I want to say, shame, I guess, on me thinking that so many of the leaders that showed up this evening was actually showing up for the crisis that we have going on here in this county. I am absolutely amazed at the turnout of our elected officials and those that can actually come in here and address this board to say we need to extend Dr. Pace's contract, but completely forget about the hundreds of students that are still waiting to go to school. I find that amazing. I think that we should, while we're considering the renewal or extension of this contract, we should also consider those students. How many of those 175 plus students are waiting to go to school? And you all have the ability to offer them an option, but there is none. Consider the teachers who are not receiving COVID pay right now, who are being told that they can't receive COVID pay because they can't prove that they attained COVID from the school. I ask for you to consider the many students without a learning option. OVS, full. Florida Virtual School, full. K-12, full. All of these options are full with these babies out here with nowhere to go. We are in a working district with predominantly minority individuals working every day. They need their children in school. Shameful. I ask you to also consider the teachers who have sent the union president here, who has been here practically every meeting that I know of, complaining about something that the teachers are asking for, that they are lacking. Inside their classrooms, students are lacking, yet no resolve. But we're here to extend the contract. We had Commissioner Arrington said something very, very interesting tonight. He said in every age group, we've shown a downward trajectory, except for our children, except for our kids. I wonder why. I wonder why the kids are not showing a downward trajectory. Why aren't they? They're the only ones that have an optional mask mandate going on within the schools.
Ms. Miles, your time is up.
I ask you to offer these kids a digital option so that these kids can get back to school. It's been over a month, people.
Thank you.
You have over $10 million in the bank. Give the kids an education. All of them deserve it.
Next up is Maxwell Frost, followed by Ann Gunderson. You go? Okay. Ann Gunderson, who will be followed by Louis Rodriguez.
Hello, Ann Gunderson, 1231 Celebration Avenue, Celebration, Florida. Masks do save lives. I encourage you, please institute a mask mandate in our Osceola schools. You will be saving lives. You'll be saving the lives of the students, especially those who are too young to get vaccinated or those who can't get vaccinated for various medical reasons. You will be saving or enhancing the lives of the teachers, the staff, even those bus drivers you are trying so desperately to hire. Their quality of life will improve with a mask mandate. Now, we have heard some misinterpretations, I would say, tonight. The science is definitely in, and the science of every reputable, scientific, accredited institution says that masks do save lives, but not the life of the person wearing the mask necessarily. We're on our own, folks, with that. But since when did America become the basis for selfishness? The America I grew up with as a 4-H'er, I pledge my head to clearer thinking, my hands to greater loyalty, my heart to greater service, and my heart to greater loyalty to my home, my club, my community, and my country. Where did we give up the idea of, okay, do I love wearing a mask? No. Do my doctors love wearing a mask? Heck no. Do we wear masks? Yes. And why? Because we want to cut the spread of this virus through other people we come in contact with, even people with whom I deeply disagree and people I have never met. But that's why we wear the mask. And even though I'm an English major, I do love a tasty piece of data every now and then, if it comes from a well-established, accredited source, not somebody on the deep web who has a catchy hook, but the real people. And this was something that NBC just published, that a study just published by a nonprofit group with no ties to corporations or suspect supplements, involved more than 340,000 people. It offers some of the strongest real-world evidence yet that mask use can help communities slow the spread of COVID-19. And the researchers are scientists from the University of California, Stanford, and Yale, with no apparent connection to anybody hawking bleach or anti-parasitics or any of the other junk science that's out there. And what did they find? A 30% increase in mask wearing led to a 10% drop in COVID. Nice, tidy numbers. So imagine if there was a 100% increase, if everybody wore a mask and we saw a 100% decrease, yahoo, I say, yahoo. And when did liberty become the same as convenience?
It's going to say about 15 seconds.
It is a choice for me to wear shoes. And I wear shoes in restaurants because it's hygienic. I see everybody's wearing shoes tonight. Yay, us. This is an inconvenience. It is not an offense to my liberty. Thank you very much.
Next up is Louis Rodriguez. Mr. Terry, can you see if Mr. Rodriguez is still here?
No, sir.
Okay, Brian Bissonette will be followed by Nancy Michael.
Hi, I'm Brian Bissonette in 1829 Henley Street in St. Cloud. And I got 3 kids in school here in Osceola County. First, I want to address the big lie that the mask mandate folks have been spreading. They say that masks work and science is on their side. That is completely untrue. They are so paralyzed with fear that they believe anything that will psychologically reduce that fear. Now, here are just a few examples of what independent infectious disease experts have to say, which shows science does not support mask usage. Dr. Chris Smith, consultant virologist at Cambridge University. Go and spend your money on something useful that you enjoy doing, like having a beer. Those face masks are absolute rubbish and they do nothing. Dr. Michael Osterholm, University of Minnesota Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy Director, and top COVID-19 advisor to Joe Biden, said on TV that cloth and paper masks don't work to stop the spread of the COVID-19 virus. He stated, get rid of the term masking. It implies anything you put in front of your face works. We know today that many of the face cloth coverings people wear are not very effective. And lastly, Dr. Lisa Brousseau, a nationally recognized expert on infectious disease, states, my biggest problem with telling people they can wear masks is it gives you a false sense of security. And it might even encourage you to think that you're protected and you're protecting people around you. At the end of the day, cloth masks don't work in any form. They aren't very good at source control except for maybe very large particles. My conversations with people these days, I often point out that what we're seeing is a lot of magical thinking, a lot of wishful thinking. These mask mandate folks are doing nothing but using wishful thinking, when all of us, especially the school board, should be using some logic-based critical thinking skills and not falling victim to mask mandate rhetoric, which is not based on science, but based on groupthink, fear, and emotion. That is why they all say the same thing. Science is on our side. The CDC recommends it, and I know someone who died from COVID. If you want to talk about seeing people die, talk to me. As a retired Army officer of 25 years with multiple deployments to combat zones, I can say if you are making decisions on future operations based on the death of someone you know, you are doomed to fail. Independent infectious disease experts overwhelmingly state cloth masks don't work, so this mask mandate decision is unnecessary. Now it is time to deal with actual issues that will make a difference. For example, let's talk about real student safety. Fights on school grounds have gotten out of hand. And it is time the board addresses mitigation policy to ensure that what happened at Narcosi Middle School doesn't happen ever again. To see a video of a girl get her head smashed repeatedly into the ground, then watch the aggressor get up and just walk away with no intervention from a teacher or staff during the entire 42-second video is shocking. The victim was taken to the hospital with a fractured skull. If you really are concerned about student safety, you need to develop policy to ensure staff is in a position to act quickly before someone is seriously hurt. Last, the other issue I need to address immediately is the abhorrent test score performance in this county. 10th grade FSA ELA graduation requirement, I remind you, had a 56% failure rate. 5th grade, 55%. 3rd grade, 53%.
Please wrap it up.
Math scores. 8th grade, 64% scored a 1 or a 2. 5th grade, 61% scored a 1 or a 2 in grade. 3rd grade scored 58%.
Nobody else has run over this one. Need you to wrap up and be finished.
Oh, is it already? Okay, sorry. I thought you said 15 minutes. But anyway, I just want to say thank you all very much. I appreciate everything that you do, and I hope you take our comments into consideration. Thank you.
Next up, Nancy Michael, will be followed by Cheryl Galt. Cheryl Galt in here. Mr. Shatir, can you see if Cheryl Galt is outside?
Thank you, Board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Nancy Michael. I live on Maverick Trail in St. Cloud, Florida. I work in an industry that's considered a critical infrastructure for COVID. In early 2020, we had to pivot to understand COVID, which included working 7 days a week, being on late night calls to talk through a COVID case. I'm responsible for overseeing, implementing, reporting, processes, notifications for close contact, and ensuring the safety of employees. So I've been doing this for a year and a half. I'm very aware of how this works within the corporate world. So I'll take you back on an education journey that I had. When I was in school, I relied on my teachers to provide the knowledge that would allow me to pass each class and graduate. My parents supported my education. Ask each of you to think how education operated when you were in school and what you would have thought about education system trying to override your parents' opinion. As soon as is implemented in this state, the parents have the authority to make the decision on whether your children will wear a mask or not. With the mask mandate discussions continuing, you are attempting to replace the authority of parents. The nation mourned recently when 13 Marines gave their lives for our freedom. Do you remember the day that you decided you knew better for students than their parents did? Making students a priority is a core responsibility you have. The science does not support that children and teens wearing masks have an impact on COVID. In fact, there is research that says the opposite. It is harmful. Interestingly enough, people have referred to CDC, they've referred to other doctors. Nobody's once referred to Dr. Fauci. I'll refer to him as Mr. Fauci because he's moved the goalpost too many times like COVID. Science does not change this all. You can go back as far as the State Department when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State in 2009. She talked about biological weapons proliferation in the Wuhan lab. Obama defunded the gain of function that Dr. Fauci was trying to do. In 2017, Mr. Fauci goes in and he backdoors that administration to go and do the gain of function research. And then in late January 2020, he argues with the president and his staff about that China should be allowed to travel into this country. In late February, March 2020, both Fauci and the U.S. Surgeon General Jerome Adams advised Americans against wearing masks. Say they remember 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Ask when history remembers the decision of the Osceola County School Board in 10 to 20 years regarding COVID, that you're remembered on being the right side of history, allowing parents to make the decision for their child. Benjamin Franklin said after signing the Declaration of Independence, we have given you a republic if you can keep it. I, for one, plan on fighting with everything in me to keep it. You voted on the right decision last week, and I ask that you go ahead and keep that as the parent optional in this county. Thank you.
Next up, Cheryl Galt. Mr. Shatir, can you see if there's a Cheryl Galt outside?
Cheryl Galt? No, sir.
Thank you. Next, following that will be Anthony Nieves. Behind Mr. Nieves be Tanya Jones.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Chairman Thacker, I want to apologize. I was just standing up. I was not verbalizing anything. I do apologize for standing up abruptly. That might be, something that's not customary here at the school board meetings. What I've written today or for today always turns into moments before my speech as probably the winning strategy of any high school football team in Florida to win the state title. A lot of X's and O's, a lot of changes that are made. But I want to address a couple of things in general. I've spoken before. I know some of you's, well, others not so well. But there's two dates. I hear a lot of people mentioning their military expertise and all their credentials and where they were at and how well they are versed in certain areas. I was working the morning of September 11th in Manhattan in New York City. I saw the second airplane strike the tower. I was a city employee working there, having to be rushed back to our headquarters as the city went amok. So I know what false information does and what getting riled up can do to a community. I also saw that same community that was struck had to deal with the injustices when religious organizations were trying to build religious institutions like mosques close to ground zero. Very touchy subject. We endured that as residents of the city of New York and as American citizens. False information. But what struck me the most was back in April of 1989, I was coming home from school to visit my grandmother. She lived in public housing in Harlem, New York. And on this particular day, I was an onlooker as they brought these young men in, the Central Park Five. And it struck me because then, after that, my face was on the page of millions of newspapers all across the world as an onlooker to see these gentlemen, these kids that were my age, enter the school, tried for false information. A community can be destroyed with false information, and it's something that is terrifying. We all know that if you vote in favor of a mask mandate with a doctor note option for those that choose or state that there's a medical hindrance, you're fine, you'll be okay. But for children like myself and thousands of other disabled children that are at home, whom we've withdrawn, they don't have that option. And until we authorize the Access Points curriculum for disabled children, you are not a friend of disabled children at all. That is a fact, at all. So I ask you to make your decision tonight on the mask, and I guarantee you 90% of this crowd will dissipate. And the children, like mine, will be forgotten because it will be wiped off the table. And the only ones that will remember are the brave individuals of Osceola County that are here speaking on behalf of my child or on behalf of the thousands of other children statewide.
10 seconds, man.
We have metal detectors here, and we metal detect vetted employees of this building. We have metal detectors here, and no one went through a metal detector in this community for this meeting, especially after the fiasco we had last week.
Mr. Navis.
I ask that be addressed for future meetings. Remember disabled children, authorize the access points now. I guarantee you, if you vote in favor of the mask, this will die out, and my child will be forgotten. It will happen unless we address it ourselves. Thank you very much for your help. False information will destroy a community.
Tanya Jones will be followed by Joshua Wall. You?
Tanya Jones, Kissimmee, Florida. I have 2 children here in Osceola County. I also went to school here in Osceola County. People have to have a choice. We are not cookie cutter. That's why mandates don't work. You can't take the opt-out option away. It starts with the mask and then it will creep into vaccines. It has to be family preference, and I'll tell you why. We have seen firsthand what damage can be done by these vaccines to our family member's child at the age of 2. We watched a child developing and growing naturally the way God intended, and then after this medical intervention vaccine from a young mama just trying to do her job the best way she knew how, following the advice of her doctor, kept her child on track for his immunizations. At the age of 2, he was given his MMR vaccine, and that changed the course of his development for the rest of his life. It was overnight. This child went from being able to hold his shirt up while mom buckled his belt one day to the next day. When mom asked him to do the same task, he would just stare off into a cloud and into a daze. This was one of many tasks he was no longer able to do. He also stopped eating, stopped looking at people, stopped talking, became very sensitive to sound, and didn't enjoy affection as he had before. Mom asked repeatedly to doctors if this could be vaccine-induced, and they insisted no. Vaccines don't cross the blood-brain barrier, which now, years later, studies have proven they do. Shortly thereafter, he was diagnosed with Asperger's, a form of autism. Mom was now a questioner, just like many of us in this room, questioning the mask and why our right to choose is trying to be taken away from us. Never before had she had to question what doctors told her, but now she was on a new quest, a quest to discover the real truth. God has a new path for that now young man, but the immunization schedule for that boy and his older siblings stopped there. Their health and well-being from that point forward came from God, not from a vaccine. This family deserves to have a choice, and all those around them in that community that watched their story unfold are aware of the dangers of immunizations and vaccines, and they deserve to have a choice too. We're all made different. One person can get stung by a bee and be fine, while another, that same bee sting will send them into anaphylactic shock. That is why we need to stand up now and demand that they do not take away our right to opt out. Conformity begins with the mask. If we are not brave and we do not stand up and tell our stories, they will slowly chip away at our freedoms. former premier of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, stated in the 1950s, "We can't expect the American people to jump from capitalism to communism, but we can assist their elected leaders in giving them small doses of socialism until they awaken one day to find that they have communism." Thank you.
Joshua Well. Joshua, did I get it right? I've tried it 3 different ways.
I think one of them might have been right.
Which one?
Joshua Wheel, 12908 Odyssey Lakeway. Thank you. Let's be back here again. I apologize for missing last week. We were at home on quarantine. My 6-year-old had fever. It was our second quarantine of this year. During the first week of school, my 8-year-old had a positive test in his classroom. One of the main reasons why I'm here is because of parents. The number of parents, over 100 at this point, that I've spoken to, who can no longer continue taking off from work due to the continued occurrences of having to quarantine their children. As of the district's report from August 30th, we have over 3,000 students in quarantine and 480 students at home with positive tests. Someone pointed out earlier that COVID has a 99% survival rate, and the high school math teacher in me feels obligated to remind you that a 99% survival rate for those 480 positive tests last week means 5 funerals. I have been a teacher in this district for 4 years. I served in Orange County for 5 years prior. Dr. Pace received a tremendous amount of accolades today, and I would like to also express, as a teacher, as a union member, this is not a perfect district, but I have far more enjoyed working under Dr. Pace than I did in my previous job, and I hope that she continues to lead us here. It would be nice if y'all could pay me the way Orange County used to, but I am a much happier teacher here in Osceola than I ever was there. At this point with the mask mandate, I understand, since a state judge appointed by a Republican governor overturned the executive order by Governor DeSantis, it's not an if, it's a when, right? We know that at this point in the school year, we're 1 month into the school year, and we've had more students sent home in quarantine than we did the entire last school year. Right? We know that what we did last year worked better than what we're doing this year. We have to go back. What I'd like to propose, and hopefully this will help for the parents who don't want to have to send their kids with masks as well, is how we can regain the digital option. I know that the governor and the District of Corcoran have made it so that way there is no funding available, but there are creative solutions, and it would be a hell of a lot of work. But we can write temporary 504s for every student that needs to stay home as a result of the COVID pandemic. And a 504 plan, as we know, is in accordance with federal legislature, which supersedes anything at the state level. If as an ESC teacher in this district, right, in our district training on how to write IEPs, the example they use is whatever you promise as an accommodation, we've got to fulfill whether we can afford it or not. If you write that they need a pony, we're going to have to find a pony for that student. Well, if we write a bunch of temporary 504s as a result of this pandemic stating that these students need distance learning through a digital platform, it'll be our responsibility and we will be required at the federal level to meet those. And we must be funded in order to be able to meet those accommodations and provide the digital learning for any student that doesn't feel comfortable coming to school, whether it's because of wearing a mask or because of COVID safety.
Wrap it up, your time is up.
Thank you so much, Chair Thacker. Thank you to the board.
Thank you. Next up is Alina Kyrulina. I'm sure that's not right. Help me out.
I will. Hi, Alina Hyrulina, 722 Oak Shadows Road Celebration.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, nobody gets it right, don't feel bad. So I'd like to remind you about your mission. So this whole, meeting today started by listing out the mission. I think most of us forgot what it is. So it is inspiring all learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens. So I think the responsible portion kind of gets this and the rest of the verbiage. It is the key. So it is really the district's job to make sure these children learn responsibility. That includes responsibility in the classroom, doing their homework, their projects, responsibility at home, whether they're a sibling, the responsibility to their parents, but also we have to teach them responsibility to their community, to their grandparents, to their neighbors, to the person at the grocery store they go to on a normal basis with their mom. So that kind of responsibility is what we have to teach them. The responsibility to care about others, other than themselves. Masks are not comfortable, they're not fun. I don't like them, nobody likes them. But we have to do it because we have to be responsible. And we have to show kids to be careful and to care about others and to teach them how to be, a responsible adult in this world. And unfortunately, in 2020 and 2021, that includes wearing a mask and caring about others and reducing the spread overall. There's a reason that most of you are wearing masks up here. So I'd like for you guys to think about instating a mask mandate at the schools. If you cannot, I would really like you guys to think about a plan B for virtual schooling, because it sounds like there's a huge problem going on. And the lady in the pink suit called it out. I had no idea. I had no clue. That is a real problem. We can't have kids. We're already in September. They've missed weeks and weeks of school. How are we supposed to provide them an education if they can't go to school? We are disrupting them by closing down schools for a week or for 5 days. Celebration K-8 closed for a second half of the week, and then we're virtual for the second half. They can't learn. You can't learn in a disruptive environment. Whether it's somebody that is saying something nasty behind you and we're sitting here next to each other so closely, or whether it's somebody disrupting the school in person, when we're sending them home halfway through the learning week, it's very difficult to learn that way. It's difficult for all of us to learn that way with disruptions. So please just figure out a way to make this work for all of us. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Barbie Bronson, followed by Maria Peraza. Bronson, board here.
Yes, sir.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Darby Bronson, Celebration, Florida. New school year brought new challenges. The Delta variant is raging in our schools. Celebration K-8 has already shut down due to infections and a great number of staff and students. The lack of digital options means classrooms are more crowded, creating more opportunities for the virus to spread. Substitutes are scarce, and when teachers are absent or quarantined, multiple classes of students are crowded into holding spaces, thus again creating opportunities for COVID infections. Once the students are infected or quarantined, the lack of digital option create more work for the teachers as they try to manage teaching and supporting students both in school and from home. With no additional pay, SCOC selected a team of expert doctors to work with, support, advise them, and then chose to ignore them. And worse, the board belittled those doctors at the previous board meeting. The doctor said masks reduced the problems that we were experiencing. It would reduce the number of infections. It would reduce the number of quarantines. It would reduce the extra work placed upon the teachers and students and parents, and more importantly, even increase student safety. In college, teachers learn Maslow's theory, where we must meet the basic needs in order to educate. We feed children at school. We look out for their social and mental health. We must also look out for their physical well-being. No matter how great my wife's lesson is, the children are hungry, sad, sick, and they cannot learn. Inherent in our mission is so integral as it is implied. It is a responsibility to keep children safe. You, the board, have no greater duty to the children and to this community. Last week, you were threatened with losing your position if you voted against the mask mandate in our schools.
Mr. Bronson, you start wrapping it up.
Yes, sir, but it is your job. It isn't to keep your job, it is to do your job. The primary function of the school is to keep students safe. Safety above all. I ask you to mandate the mask in Osceola County. It is your duty to the children and teachers of Osceola County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Maria Peraza. How's it? They need to pull that down just a hair, I don't know.
I'm little, but I have a very strong voice.
Okay. That's fine.
I'd like to thank you for.
Before you start, just, what's happened to the clock here?
Eh?
There we
No,
go.
it's back.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'd like to thank you for allowing me to come in front of you. Thank you so much. I'm here to represent my granddaughter. She's on the 4th grade, 9 years old. And she told me that she gets very tired wearing the mask, that she feels faint. And she just told me, I just don't feel good, Grandma. I really don't feel good. And we are putting on these young children the responsibility of having the mask or not having the mask. It's not for them. They have to live as children. They have to breathe. God created the wind for us to breathe, the trees to move, to purify the air. We cannot live like that, especially our young kids. Okay? That's what I'm here for. I'm here also for all of you, that I want you to think, how can you go to sleep at night and I think about our children and what's good for them, because the education is good for them. We have to think here about our grandkids, our children, to go forward in society, to go forward, to carry America on and keeping our freedom, because America is to be free and we have free choices. And we're all of a sudden becoming close where the government is directing us what to do. Once we get the government telling us what to do, forget it. Nothing is gonna happen to you guys. You're not gonna grow, and they can kill you all. They have the power to do that. So I'm saying, think of the children, educate the children. No mask for the children, no mask. And when you go to sleep at night, talk to God. Ask God to give you the wisdom and enlighten your mind, because everybody here is very intelligent. Master's degree, bachelor's degrees, PhDs, everything is here. Brains. Ask God to speak to you, speak to your heart, and ask for forgiveness. Thank you.
Next up, Rita Harris. Rita will be followed by Emily Smallwood. Ms. Harris, you know the drill, name and address for the record, 3 minutes.
Pardon, hi. I just want to wish everybody a Happy New Year. Mazel tov. I live at 13547 AS Road. I know that I'm a familiar face. I was here last meeting. I could reply with snarky comments to some of the things that I've heard this evening, but I'm really trying to appeal to the better angels on this board and ask that a motion is made to vote on this mask mandate. Each and every one of you I know understands the science behind why masks are needed. And each and every one of you understand that our freedom is not unfettered. If it were, I could drive on whatever side of the road that I wanted to drive on. I could do whatever I wanted on a whim. That's not how it works. Okay, we have freedom, but we also have responsibility. I think of myself as a highly patriotic person. My family came here during the turn of the century from Ireland and from Italy to forge a new life or opportunity, and I love this country. And the presentation that the board presented before the meeting really touched me. I thought about the general welfare, and as a public school, that's what public schools do. They look out for the general welfare. You provide meals, you provide education. There's so much that the public schools provide. And I also want to think about the teachers. And I know someone mentioned the suicidal ideation has gone up. As somebody who has OCD, mental health issues are really important to me. And I would like to beg the question that maybe the reason why suicide rates are going up is because kids are watching their parents lose their jobs. Kids are watching their friends and family get sick. Kids are watching their teachers get sick and die. They're wondering why parents keep fighting over masks. I know we can do this. I know that we can do this and get through this because we've done it before in 1918 when this country saw a pandemic and everyone put on masks. And for 2 years, it probably was really awful, and I'm sure there was some contention like there is now. But we got through it, so I know that we can do it again. But it is going to take being leaders, and it is going to take, I don't want it to be permanent, but it's going to take some kind of temporary mandate so things get under control. And hopefully, in the future, it will be safe, and we can take the masks off, and we can proceed like we did before, and this will be something that we will tell our great-grandchildren why grandma is buying 20,000 rolls of toilet paper at the store because she's so traumatized from what she went through. But I'm really imploring you, please, all jokes aside, make the motion, someone second it, vote on it tonight. It is needed. Be leaders. We need you. We need you. Thank you.
Next up, Emily Smallwood, followed by Christy Flanagan Fadon.
Good evening, I'm Emily Smallwood, I'm from Kissimmee. I appeal to you as mothers and fathers. Why would we needlessly put our children who cannot get vaccinated in harm's way when we can easily mitigate the risk? Not 100%, but we can absolutely reduce the risk by mandating masks. I will remind you that last year we made it through the school year because everyone was wearing masks. Not some, all. We were hardly 2 weeks into this school year, and our school had to shut down because of a COVID outbreak. Please don't get me wrong. I absolutely am supportive of school shutdowns if the COVID cases prove out of control. I applaud the school for making the tough choice to try and prevent further spread. My son is an avid learner and is so excited to be back in person. But as parents, we worry. He has a congenital disorder that only impacts him when he's sick. Strep throat threw him into the PICU for 4 days when he was 7 years old. And him getting sick is a constant worry. Not mandating masks causes us undue stress because if he gets COVID from non-maskers, he will likely land back in the hospital. And what about teachers and staff? Are we not concerned for them? They come in each day to educate and ignite a passion for learning, but then we don't care about their safety? The vast majority of companies and government agencies require unvaccinated employees to wear a mask while at work. The majority of elementary and middle school students are unvaccinated, so why wouldn't we do the same? I certainly appreciate the freedoms and personal choices we are afforded in our country, but when it comes to public safety, issues like polio, mumps, measles, we require vaccinations for the health of the school and general public. Masks worn by everyone has proven effective at controlling the spread of COVID over the past year and a half. We had a successful year last year, correct? Since our children can't be vaccinated, it's the only responsible thing for us to do. The solution is simple. Wearing masks protects all of us, but we need to do it together. My children wear their masks because they know it is good for them, but it is much less effective when they are surrounded by students not wearing them. We as a community need to pull together and do this in the short term until we can get through this. I applaud you for listening to all of our comments, and thank you for listening and hearing us.
My name is Dr. Christy Flanagan Bedden, 1106 Banks Rose Court. I have two children in Osceola County Schools, a first grader and a fifth grader. I'm asking that we enact simple common sense procedures that will reduce our children's risk with a mask requirement for everyone that extends for at least 60 days. This is consistent with the advice of medical and public health experts, the same experts who treat everyone in the hospitals currently, including the COVID deniers, and we had a successful year of school in this district last year with the mask requirement. Without the mask requirement, my children's school was shut down by the Department of Health after 9 days. I acknowledge that you've been put in a terrible position as school board members. It is truly lamentable that you have to choose between prudent practice designed to protect students and staff from a health risk, and moreover, a practice that a year's worth of practical experience has demonstrated is more likely to keep the schools open, and on the other, political grandstanding and sanction from the state. I hate that you are being put in this position, and it is wrong. I can promise you that we will be grateful for your support on this issue, and the Federal Department of Education has also promised their support to you for any financial repercussions regarding mask requirements. There was a time when wearing masks for medical purposes was not controversial, based on a simple understanding of biology and mitigation practices designed to reduce the spread of disease. In fact, mask wearing would be expected every time we went to the dentist, had a surgical procedure performed, or if we encountered someone who was immunosuppressed and out in public. In this innocent time, a virus simply would have been that, a public health concern that we should take measures to avoid, reduce risk, and protect ourselves and others. It needn't be political or inflammatory. It is just a basic concern that we can identify and actively take measures to reduce our risk. Unfortunately, this is not the reality in which we live right now. We are in the midst of a social and political war associated with all things related to COVID-19. 20,000 Floridians are dying daily because of it. Florida has the second highest number of pediatric hospitalizations of any other state in the country. According to Spectrum News, it was 216 children are sitting in a hospital bed right now because of COVID. These are facts. 30 of them are sitting in a hospital bed in Orlando. We know there is a real risk for our children. I'm tired of this discussion. I'm tired of the controversy. For 10 years, Osceola County has been my home. I have chosen to raise my children here. I'm not some, political implant making a lot of loud noise in the gallery. I'm trusting my children's well-being and my family's well-being and their education with this system. Please do not let us down.
We have one left. Are you Ellison?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time here tonight. Thank you for the endurance that you have had to deal with tonight. I know it's been a long night for every one of us. I came here because I was invited by a few teachers from this school district. I'm running for the United States Senate, and I wanted to bring up a couple of facts. We have gone through this debate of mask wearing at least twice in world history. We went through this debate in 1346 with the bubonic plague, which killed a third of the world's population. It took 200 years to replenish the Earth's population from the people that died. And the only people who were wearing masks at that time were physicians. They called them mask doctors. In 1918, we had the flu pandemic. The flu pandemic actually killed 750,000 Americans out of the 50 million Americans that it infected. It killed 50 million people out of the 500 million people that it infected. These debates are not new. The debates about wearing masks is 103 years old. The Anti-Mask League was formed in 1918. People were tired of wearing masks just as they are today. They wanted to get back to business as usual. They claimed that mask wearing was a violation of their freedoms, their liberties, and they began to create the Anti-Mask League to go out and protest. Some of these protests ended up 2,000 people into the streets. What it ended up being was a super spreader event. We went into a second and a third phase, killing 750,000 Americans. What we have learned from that is that masks do work. We have learned that science is on our side. So I came here tonight to encourage you to listen to the science, but not only that, listen to the history. We know that masks work, and we have a math teacher in here. Look at how many thousands of people are currently being affected. COVID-19 is right now the third largest impactful pandemic in world history. But in probably a month, it will move to the number 2 spot. Okay? So we have a responsibility to make sure that we are keeping one another safe. And I want to end on this note. Being patriotic has absolutely nothing to do with how many guns you have. It has absolutely nothing to do with how many flags you fly. Being patriotic has something to do with how we're looking out for one another, our fellow brothers and sisters, our fellow citizens. The most patriotic thing that you can do right now is to wear a mask and look out for someone other than self. Let's put aside our political divide and let's work towards a better solution. Thank you.
Okay. That completes the public comment portion of the meeting. Brings us to the attorney's reports and issues here.
He's still with us?
Huh?
Is he still with us? Frank, you still here?
I'm here, sir.
Oh, yeah. Holy moly. I'm impressed you found the unmute button.
We would have all lost that bet, Frank.
Frank, I don't know if you want to address this or what you want to do here. 18.01.
Yes, sir. Board needs to vote to accept the evaluation of the consensus of the board, majority that Dr. Pace has performed at a satisfactory or above level.
Motion approved.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Melendez with a second by Ms. Castillo to approve item 18.01. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
No, that's 4-1. No, 4-1.
I'm sorry, 4-1.
It's not
I'm
good.
sorry, I'm tired. My math skills are fading. I wrote 4-0, 4-1.
Next item, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
18.02.
Right. I have researched the issue on the good character clause, and I met with Mr. Arroyo and understood where you're coming from to further protect students. With our vendors and contracts, we do what the state mandates is a level 2 screening. That basically means it is a national FBI background. We get anything that's happened that the FBI has in terms of a criminal background. I would not recommend changing the standards for that because there are a number of vendors in the construction industry, in the telephone industry, that do have people that have issues at a level 2 screening that don't get caught up in it. Meaning the level 2 is really meant to catch the following kinds of things, and it's listed in the statute: murders, rapes, inappropriate acts towards children. So I wouldn't change that standard because you do have, I know for a fact, former felons that had drug cases that have turned their life around and now are working for AT&T or working for Charter, etc. So I would tell you, I think the state, in essence, has set the bar for that as it relates to, and that came out of the Jessica Lunsford death and the Jessica Lunsford Act. We then moved to the volunteers. Volunteers, under the board's rules, can either be a level 1 or a level 2 screening. A level 1 screening only deals with state records. Because I looked at the rule and it says you can do a level 1 or a level 2 depending upon the job, that was very troubling to me as a lawyer because somebody's got to effectively make the decision, and the board's never said these jobs versus that jobs. So I'm going to be recommending to the superintendent that we do the level 2 screenings if they're going to be in a position to deal with our students, etc. And I think right now we're already doing it, but I just have to confirm that up. Now, to the extent me separate this. As it relates to vendors and contractors, is everybody okay with the current approach that we're following the state statute at the bar that they set for those people?
Mr. Krumpenbach, Mr. Arguello has got a comment or question or.
Mr. Krumpenbacher, in this, well, actually, maybe Dr. Pace, in this example for this 18.02, one of the situations that was brought up under this, the vendor or the participant, the Oasis, the volunteer, whatever he may have been, he would not have been allowed on campus regardless, right? Had the background company performed the report appropriately, or?
I think we're talking about three separate things. We have vendors and contractors that are doing business with the district.
Right.
They must pass the Jessica Lunsford Act screening, and even then, they must stay in line of sight of an employee. So say, for example, someone's coming to fill the Coca-Cola machine. They're not to be in a situation where they're ever alone with students. They're always in the public eye, and there's an adult who has the full scrutiny of the board through our employment process to be with students. We have Oasis volunteers, and again, there are two levels. There's one volunteer situation so that they can work with children in a small group in the classroom, they can work in the front office. There's another requirement that takes it to the second level if they're gonna chaperone a field trip, for example, that is overnight with students. And then you have business partners for whom we typically don't do a background check because they are working with, for example, adults. They might be at a special event, passing out backpacks. They might be providing lunch for the faculty or a breakfast or something like that during pre-planning or snacks during a faculty meeting, but they're not working with students. So there are three different types. We do not do background screens right now on our business partners. We can if we want to. There's a cost to that, and they're giving us goods or services typically. But we are doing background screens with our Oasis volunteers and with our vendors, as I've said before. In this particular instance, the Oasis background check did not pull up a couple of things. However, when an Oasis check pulls something up, the follow-up is we request official documentation for that particular situation, whatever the offense was, and then it goes through the level of, is this a disqualifying act or not? And in these events, both because of the type of incident and also the time frame in which it occurred, that would not have been a disqualifying act.
Okay, so that's different than the email explanation previously,
I
right?
apologize, that's what I'm trying to make sure we understand, that there are three separate things here. And Mr. Kruppenbacher's done some additional research since then that brought us to our understanding as of today.
Okay, well, this is on the attorney's report, so then maybe, Frank, we reconvene and discuss further and then take appropriate steps from there.
Fine. We're gonna be meeting with Dr. Pastron, so we can all do it together when we have our lunch.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
And get this tied down. I can represent to the board that as it relates to vendors and contractors and employees, we are zipped up. When we move to the volunteers, that's an area that I look forward to having more discussion on.
Well, in this particular issue, we have a situation where we were providing donations to this organization, and then the organization would not have passed, or from what I understood in the email, would not have passed the opportunity to receive that. So, and then there's questions about whether or not there was compliance with what the purpose was of that donation of a school bus, for example, right? So,
yes.
So this is a little bit more complicated than just one thing. It's about making sure that the people that the district works with are people who are would fit this good character clause, for example, right? That we're not throwing money away at nefarious actors or what may be nefarious actors, right?
Yes, and one of the things, members of the board, that I will tell you is a prior board, in effect, donated a bus to a group under a representation of how the bus would be used. I have not had a chance to talk to the group that it was donated to, but it has been represented to me that it was never used for the basis or based upon what the representation was. And if that's the case, and the bus is still around, I am gonna request the bus be returned.
And
Go ahead.
And the extending problem is the fact that we're aiding organizations within the community that are used as political surrogates or something like that, so that it's basically we're paying for a service or for people that just behave as nothing more than truly just a surrogate when they're needed or something like that. So we can go into the details. This may not be the time, but the fact is that there's definitely questionable practices that need to be reviewed. So.
And we'll get together and I'll bring it back at the next meeting, members of the board. That's okay with everyone.
Ms. Melendez, you have a?
Yeah, Mr. Cropper, I only have two questions real quick. How many levels are there? Like, is it like level 1, level 2, level 3? And like what?
Level 1 and level 2. All that the levels mean is, level 1 will only give you the state records as to what a person may have done in the state. A level 2 gives you the national database the FBI maintains. So if, God forbid, they were a child molester in Ohio and they moved to Florida, we're going to pick it up on the level 2.
Okay, and then a follow-up question, because I heard during one of the public comments, somebody mentioned that a teacher can have a felony and still teach. I don't know if that was accurate or it depends on the type of felony they have, so that was concerning. Like I said, I just heard it during public comment and have no way of confirming what they said or not.
At the next meeting, I'll lay out visually on a chart. The reality is our system is designed to try and really rehabilitate people. So there have been teachers I'm aware of, I can't say in Osceola County, who have had felonies and gone on to have successful careers. They had them when they were 20. You follow me? Things like that. I know there's a number of districts, like if it's happened in the last 5 years, they don't get hired, et cetera. So I'll take you through all those rules and lay them out visually so we all end up on the same page. I think that would be the best way to present this.
Okay, yeah, because that's the first time I heard of that, and I think that'd be appropriate for the next meeting.
Mr. Kroppenbacher, 18.03 is the attorney's report on the $180,000 bonus program for teachers, administrators, and staff. Do you have a report on that?
Yes, I was asked to look at the ability, if I understood this right, to take $180,000 and require Mr. Horner to return it and use it. I believe the only way that could be done is if the board determined there was a breach of the contract. And the contract is an annual contract. I believe, Dr. Pace, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's $60,000 a year. So, you would have to decide that there was a breach. The board effectively, in my opinion, has decided there wasn't a breach based upon its decision on in dealing with the issue of that registration. So I don't find a legal basis that I could present to a court that says we have a right to get any money back.
Well, Mr. Kroppenbacher, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kroppenbacher, that actually wasn't determined necessarily. It was just a vote, right? So there were two issues. One was he in compliance, one was there a breach, and so on. There was a variety of questions. So the question now would be, maybe the board should review whether or not there was a breach of contract and then consider this issue further.
Well, I would argue as a lawyer on this solely that I think the board waived that when they actually decided it wasn't an issue that they were dealing with at the meeting, and the waiver would go in. I'm just asserting the kind of defenses I know I would encounter, and the most we could go after, in my opinion, is $60,000 because there's nothing that's been presented regarding prior contracts, and I don't see us prevailing on it.
Thank you.
Chairman Thacker, I'm sorry, I know it's been a very long evening, but I just feel like for the record, I need to clarify.
Sure.
the comments about felons and classroom teachers.
Go right ahead.
That's the first time I heard it too.
All of our employees go through an application process where they must report if they've ever been arrested, even for as much as a misdemeanor. In those situations where someone has had an arrest, they must provide documentation of how that case was settled or adjudicated, and then that is reviewed by our HR department and looks at specific qualifying and disqualifying events. If someone were to not report and it shows up in our background screen, that's an automatic disqualifying event for employment with the district. But, and in the event that, for example, someone who's a current employee is arrested, who's a certificated individual, we get that hit and it's immediately addressed, sent to professional practices if this person is certificated, but dealt with in accordance with your policies and state statutes. In regards to private donations, those are done at the request of a board member can bring forward something. It takes board action to do it. For example, we sometimes will get private schools or charter schools or other non-profitable organizations who want to, for example, have a donation from the warehouse, from our surplus units. Like that would be, for example, where a bus would come from, or it might be textbook materials, or it might be classroom furniture. But once that donation is approved by the board, we don't currently have a system in place to say, are they doing with it what they said they were gonna do? That may be something that the board wants to consider, that, Mr. Kruppenbacher and I can discuss with you and then bring something back.
Yes.
I just wanna make sure we have procedures in place.
We good there?
Nothing else, Mr.
Okay, that brings us to item 19.01. Mr. Bass, I believe this is your item.
Oh, I've been taking notes as we've been. I've been in part of this district and been part of this community my entire life, born and raised here. And as I became an adult, I felt the need to give back to my community. I think that's the right thing to do. And over the years, the last 30 years, I've volunteered at various different organizations and committees. I've sat in classrooms and read to third graders. I've sat on SAC committees. I'm actually superintendent searches. So I've had a good overall view of the school district through different administrators. Becoming a school board member opened up many, many other doors. And we were elected in the middle of a pandemic. So, and then we had to make a review of the performance of our school superintendent. And I can tell you, without a doubt, I've never met a harder working individual in my life. She is, I almost want to look for her clone. She's just pretty much anywhere. I do believe that Osceola School District is blessed to have one of the best superintendents in the state. I hold Dr. Pace, and not just Dr. Pace, her leadership team. I've had the opportunity to meet with every one of them, and they are top notch. I would put them against any other school district in the state. Dr. Pace is always accessible. She's prompt to reply to any concerns. She's very engaged in the community, as you've seen tonight. Over the past decade, we've had multiple superintendents, many of them in fairly quick succession. Dr. Pace has brought a much needed stability and thoughtful planning to our district. Now, prior to the pandemic, our graduation rates were going up, steadily increasing. We moved our district from a C to a B. We were closing in on an A. I was hoping that our new motto would be paving the way for an A until the pandemic hit. And we've also realized gains in 10 out of 11 of our accountability areas. Now, I know this pandemic, it's going to be written in the history books, and it will be behind us one day. But I'm afraid it's going to take a couple of years for us to get back on level ground and gain our footing again, to recover. And I just want the leadership in place that I know that can bring us back as one of the leading districts in the state. So I'm put this on the agenda to offer a 2-year extension to demonstrate confidence in our superintendent and the leadership team. Because I'm talking about just her, I'm talking about every one of you that's sitting around me. Because I respect each and every one of you. And allow our district to move forward with proven stability. Our community deserves it, our teachers deserve it, and most importantly, our children deserve it. So that was the reason for putting that on the agenda, and that's pretty much where I stand.
Is that a motion?
And I'm making, yes. I would like to move that we extend Dr. Pace's contract for an additional 2 years.
Second with comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a motion by Mr. Bass with a second by Ms. Castillo. Ms. Castillo, you have a comment, and Mr. Arguello, you'll be next.
Thank you. I hope there's not a limit to my comment. So I will be brief. We have been here a while, but however, I think that Dr. Pace does deserve to, and so does the public, deserve to know why it is that I wholeheartely approve of an extension of your contract. And if we could extend it for 20 years, I would do that, but I can't. So first, just speaking as a board member, Dr. Pace, you have the business acumen needed to lead an organization that is $1.7 billion and employs over 8,000 employees. We are the biggest employer in the county, and you are at the helm successfully. You are an effective leader, and your level of understanding of your role as an educator is unmatched. There has never been a question that I've asked you that you're like, I don't know, let me find out. But in addition to that, you're available at times when I've needed you the most to understand how to better serve my community. And you are not selfish with your time. The fact that I'm firing emails on a Monday when you're traveling back and you're answering those emails just speaks to the level of commitment that you have for the success of the entire county. And therefore, I do think that no one could do this other than you. We do disagree, but you wouldn't know that because the way that you treat people that you disagree with is gracefully, and you educate us so that we understand things that we may not be. We're not educators, you are. So I appreciate that. But I also want to talk about my experience as a parent, having my child go through the Osceola County School District from grade K through now, and in contrast with what I dealt with as a student. So when I was graduating, I had a 2.9 GPA, and there wasn't one single counselor that could see me because they were worried about kids who were not going to graduate. They're like, Terry, you're fine, you're going to graduate. I wanted to go to college. I didn't know how to do that. I had no one to guide me. How do I get to college? And it took me a very long time to get on a path. In contrast, I have a senior today who not only knows where she wants to go to college, she knows exactly what GPA she needs to get into a specific college, and she also knows exactly what she wants to study. That is not an accident, and I really wish I could take credit for that, but I can't. Not entirely. That is a team that you have built in order to make sure that our students are as successful as they can be because you have built those guardrails for them. So as a parent, I owe you so much that I could never repay with my daughter who has a clear path to success. So that's the two contrasting things that I want to go ahead and put out to the public. I do have some folks who have been asking to make comments. They weren't able to come, so I don't know if I'm able to do that. But I do know that Angela Edie has sent her comments. She is very, she says she's known you for 5 decades, and she really thinks that you should have your contract renewed. And that just speaks to the level of professionalism that you have had consistently, and no one could have led this county in this time other than you. So thank you for your service.
Mr. Arguello?
Okay, I'm gonna be frank, and so genteel ears may be offended, but I don't care what Commissioner Arrington comes here and says. I don't care. I don't care what any politician would come in here and say. I just couldn't care any less. I really couldn't. I mean, to me, it's a waste of the public's time for people who already have access to the public, that can speak to the public at any point in time, to come here and take away the time from citizens that don't have the ability to voice their opinions for 3 minutes. That's just my opinion. So what I care about is the 470,000 people who live in Osceola County who may or may not share the same opinion of what every politician comes up here and speaks, right? So I'm the contrarian, right? Somebody mentioned that, caring is putting on the mask. You show you care by doing that. At the last meeting, we had a doctor who said, if you don't do what I say, you don't love your kids as much as I do. Here's the bottom line. This country is not made up of people who conform. It's made up of people who have diverse views, diverse backgrounds, who deserve to have a voice under all circumstances and to make decisions on their own behalf, okay? Here's why I state this right now. We have the highest percentage of charter schools in the state. It's 22%. 22% of our schools are charter schools, okay? We just went beyond Miami. Of those charter schools that make up 22% of our schools, 70, 80, 90% of those student populations are students of color. If that on its face does not tell you something, okay, then you're not reading the tea leaves here. There's a problem here. What the most successful thing that we've really done is segregate our schools. We are essentially sending kids away. There are kids, and I've said it before in multiple situations, Hispanics don't like to complain about educators and they don't like to complain about medical practitioners. What they like to do is leave quietly. And that's exactly what's happening here. Now, I'm the most right-leaning person on this board. It may not be politically intelligent to make a statement like that because I'm in the most left-leaning district, but I also don't care about my election more than I care about taking the opportunity to come up here and speak the truth.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Bass, over the last 9 months, you've said all of about 100 words. Along with the majority, you voted against terminating the contract of a lobbyist who failed to disclose properly with the House. You voted against the minority veteran. I'm allowed to say this. I'm allowed to say this.
You're not allowed to.
I'm allowed to speak on this issue, and that's what this is.
I get that, but I'm talking to the group out here. The board is deliberating right now, it's our turn to discuss. We've let you discuss for 4 hours, so please give us.
You voted against a minority, veteran, and women-owned business enterprise program along with the majority. You voted against securing a process for which vendors are required to self-report on their return on investment of the public's money. You voted against establishing a trust, transparency, and good governance committee. You have voted to attempt to silence your fellow board members when they choose to communicate with the public in the manner in which you don't explicitly approve. There's really, I'm not sure that you've come here with two things. Immediately, one, Boys and Girls Club, phenomenal, right? And two, extending a contract with somebody when there's a lot of situation going on here. There's upheaval. Our teachers aren't exactly the happiest group of teachers. We have not, number one, before you come here and you want to extend any situation like this, maybe you should go out to the community, because I think that's the most important thing.
We have a motion on the floor, we're making it a
With
personal.
discussion, right?
But not.
There's no
not-
time limit on my discussion, sir.
No, there's no time.
So, if I may,
Wait a minute.
Mr. Chairman, if he wants to speak and he wants to chastise me, I've got thick skin and I can take it. So let him go ahead and finish his statement, and I'm okay with that.
that's the problem right here with this board. I don't need permission to speak on behalf of myself here. I'm here, I got elected, and I'm gonna speak, okay? And I know what the role is, so if you wanna point out the law and you wanna shut me down for any reason, that's fine. But this is regarding this issue, I'm allowed to speak to my heart's content. So, when you look at the people who are on this board, some of them attended some graduations, but only in their district. Some of them didn't attend any graduations at all, I think maybe one, right? You're bringing up an issue which is not only premature, but it is such an attack on an honest process of allowing, first of all, we have elections in like 12 months, okay? To me, that would say more than you bringing up this on an agenda item, when you're essentially blatantly telling the community that you have an agenda, and your agenda is with the establishment that I have been fighting against since the day I got elected. And what I will continue. Okay, so we can bring every politician in here. Every politician to come in here. We can force or manipulate the school populations to come out here and say the same thing. We spoke, a gentleman got up here and he spoke of morals, right? Well, let me talk about something that I have a problem with that hasn't been addressed over 9 months, right? And I don't just immediately go out to the public and say stuff out loud, but I'm going to now because I think it's important. You guys are putting the squeeze on the process, so let's talk about this process a little bit. If we're going to talk about morals, we should be talking about ethics in school. If we're not teaching ethics in school, then we're not doing much. Let me talk about this. There's more conflicts of interest in this school district than I've ever seen in any organization over my 25-year career, anywhere, in one spot, okay? That exists. People, we can say, no, yes, we can do. I'll give you one example, okay? We have a person who sits on the committee to select a company, right? Then that person's child gets hired by the same company that they selected, and then they get $300,000 or $500,000 nearly of contracts. That's a problem. So when I go to the superintendent and I say, hey, listen, this is a problem for me. This is a conflict of interest. It is a conflict of interest. It's point blank. It's part of this situation here. What are we going to do about it? And then when somebody tells me, you know what? Majority of the board. Well, that to me is not good. You know why? Because the majority of the board, well, I mean, what if we have conflicts of interest? What if we benefit from the situation? For me, it's more important for the public to get an honest shot at deciding their future than anyone else. Not so much us here, right? And what we've seen here is that you have an agenda, and your agenda is to protect the establishment of Osceola County more than it is to do good works for the public. That's my opinion. So, Dr. Pace, I agree. I agree that Dr. Pace is probably the most talented superintendent in the state. But here's one thing that I know, and I'll finish with this. To be a great leader, you need 3 things. Number 1, you need to have the raw materials to be a great leader. I think Superintendent Pace has those things, hands down. Number 2, you need an environment in which you can practice your leadership skills to make you a great leader. And number 3, you need a great challenge upon which you can show that you are a great leader, right? You need the battle so that you can show you're not just a general with stars, but you know how to move your troops in battle, right? Well, we have the situation, and that situation is right now. And I don't think there's any sane person who will say that, oh, well, this is a victory here, right? It's just like it's not a victory in Afghanistan, it's not a victory here in Osceola County yet. And here you are awarding medals for valor left and right and saying that we've done a tremendous job. You know what? I think that what I'm going to start doing then is start using my time to go up and make every situation that I find public until all the situations are either fixed or I lose my election. So we got 3 years and counting. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments? We have a motion on the floor by Mr. Bass with a second by Ms. Castillo to extend the superintendent's contract. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Brings us to new business. Let's move on. Under new business, we had 3 items added. The first one was decreasing the superintendent spend level from 50 to 10, is that correct?
Yes, board, thank you very much. So essentially, this is just an opportunity for us to have a higher level of oversight over the expenditures made. Right now, the threshold is $50,000 before you have to go to the school board. I am proposing that we bring it down to $10,000, and although it may not be available for a vote now, a consensus, and then we'll put it on the agenda, because every time I bring something up for the agenda, it ends up on the attorney's section instead of actually on the agenda. So,
board, we kind of have a consensus to do that. Are you okay with where it's at? I will speak for myself. I think $50,000 level on a $1.7 billion budget is adequate, is appropriate. But if it's up to the board.
How many times has that actually been executed? How many times has that been executed?
You mean where she spent 50,000 or 49, whatever?
Yeah,
Oh,
whatever.
Sure,
I mean, how often is that?
I'm sure
really
all the
happen?
time.
There's a lot of stuff that goes, that's less than $50,000, but it is all things that are publicly noted and aligning with the strategic plan. I would suggest Mr. Aguayo's other recommendation was to look at disclosing every expenditure line by department like the county does. I'm not familiar with the county's method. I don't know that Sarah is at this point in time either. We certainly can look at that and bring back a report, and as well, bring back a report of, say, for example, over a 6-month period, how many contracts less than $50,000 and what threshold they were.
Can we
Some
lump these two
examples of where
together
they
and
were.
bring them back at the next?
That's the pleasure of the board, but that would be my recommendation, is to let me do some research.
Yeah, because I'm in favor of just putting it like as an informational item, just like how we donate, we see like the informational item, things that we donated or received and gifts, so it's not really like an actionable item. So if we ever see something that seems, off, then we can question that. I hate to give throw out the baby with the bathwater, if it hasn't really been an issue, but I do believe in oversight, so I don't feel like lowering the threshold, just passing it to an informational item for us to look at, and if we do see a trend of something, and then we can talk about adjusting.
Mr. Aguayo, you okay lumping the two together and bringing them back?
I'm absolutely okay with bringing them together, and I think that what we should
I
maybe.
thought they kind of go together.
Yeah. So if these two things are lumped together, then it's gonna be, well.
I mean, we could separate them for a vote if that's what we needed, but to me, it's kind of the one report.
Okay.
How many over 10 to 50s, right? How many things have we spent 10 to 50,000? And then how does the county report it? Or how could we report it?
No, so what my intention is that the limit be 10 grand.
Right.
And that, so I don't need to see a report of how many things, because the other part of this would be to disclose all the expenditures of the school district line by line. It's no extra work, we already have the accounts, right? So all we gotta do is put it online so that the public can see what we're spending every dollar of their money on.
Okay. Sarah, do you understand? Go
Can I
ahead.
just ask a clarifying question? We can absolutely do an expenditure dump of all expenditures, but for purposes of the 10,000 versus 50,000 conversation, we're asking specifically contracts that the superintendent currently has the authority to sign that are under 50,000?
Yes.
Not all expenditures.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, not when the bookkeeper spends, at least I can clarify from my perspective, when she exercises that authority to execute a contract without board approval, if that can be put as an informational item and seen. Not things that have already been approved in the budget and allocated to each school, like their internal accounts, like if they spend money on soccer fields or whatever they do, or buying T-shirts. We don't need to see the school expenses, just when the superintendent does sign off on a contract.
Contracts that are currently being signed under 50,000.
That is correct.
Now, another issue here, and I'll give you an example, there's a marketing company that we give a ton of money to. So if that company is one that I have interest in, right, and I'm looking at it for whatever reason, then I wanna be able to look at all of our expenditures at a month. If I wanna review, and there's people out in the public who do that with the county, you look at every dime that the school district is spending, and then you can it's just transparency, that's all.
So by that, expenditures by vendor.
Right.
Sarah, you good? You good? Okay. Brings us to the last item under new business, which is the mask update. Mr. Melendez, you put on here.
Yes.
We can't vote on it since it's
Unfortunately, we
not
gotta
on
move it
here.
on to the next one, but I was the one that introduced the initial one for 30 days. And so I wanna be able to capture the data that came in, and I wanna be able to capture the data that's local. And so that was one of the reasons why that I initially rejected the 60-day extension, because I don't feel like I had enough data to make that decision, because emergency meetings can happen really fast. But one thing I do wanna see, no matter what, is that we have enhanced sanitation procedures. I've noticed that in this board meeting, we started using the sanitizer and cleaning up, but we weren't doing that before. So it's kind of like a restaurant where if the front of the house doesn't look good, you know what's happening in the back. So I want some degree of assurance that we are enhancing those, that we're not getting complacent. And I don't mean that in a negative way to point fingers, but sometimes, you go on for a long time, you forget to kind of make sure that after every classroom or things like that. So I think, I wanna make sure that every school district or every school is enhancing their sanitation procedures, number one. Number two, we talked about earlier during the workshop, we have some statistics here, right? But we're not, I like to see that the number of hospitalizations are reported on there, because I have a lot of good friends on both sides of this issue, and I'm talking like legitimate friends, like, it's like, so, they all come with this data and CDC and this and that. The one thing I wanna do is look at our local data. And when you look at our local data, the elementary schools, on average, are doing less quarantines than those in the middle school. The middle school are doing less than the high schools. The high schools are averaging almost triple digits, and this is just on the last week alone. And when I visited campuses, it's true. I think you mentioned, Dr. Pace, that there's about a 90% compliance, voluntary compliance around the elementary schools of kids wearing the mask themselves, even without it being mandatory. And that's like an average number. I'm not giving the exact numbers. And when I'm looking at it here, I have to let a logical data look at it and say, okay, the elementary school kids are having a higher compliance rate and they have a lower quarantine rate. And I'm looking at the high schoolers and looking only at our data. I don't care about Fauci, I don't care about CDC, I'm just looking at Osceola data. I went to Toro High School today, and I'm trying to call them out. It was about 50%. About half the students had masks. Where do I see? 200 and something quarantines. So I have to infer data with data, and I have to try to put the emotion aside, and it's tough to say that, but the raw data says that the elementary school kids that have a higher compliance rate with masks in Osceola County are getting a lower quarantine rate than those that do not wear the mask. So those that are not wearing the mask are having a higher quarantine rate, and that's data that, unless somebody tells me that we collected it incorrectly, that's what's happening. And so I think that's something that we have to look at. Right now, I'm in favor of even making it amending it, but we can't do it now, to make it a mandatory until we collect this data completely to the end of the 30 days. Because I feel that, to me, it is an emergency, because you can't get time back. And I wouldn't mind, and again, I want to keep it a limited time frame in 30-day collection cycles, and where we look at the actual data from Osceola County. Not even data, I don't care what the governor says, because he's looking at the state of Florida. Maybe the state of Florida averages out differently. I care about Osceola County, and I'm responsible for Osceola County students. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at. If we don't vote today, we don't vote today, but I prefer we vote today and put something more in place to protect our students. But if not, then let's look at the data that we have in Osceola County and make our decision from there. Because, again, the virtual option, we've been discussing it for a while. And I even mentioned it at the beginning of the school year. At some point, when does it get stood up? Because I remember before, Dr. Pace, we mentioned our strategic plan. We said that we knew there was a waiting list, and it takes time to be able to recruit teachers. We talked about maybe using some of the stimulus dollars to increase the live instruction from 1 hour to maybe 2 or 3 hours or something like that. And do we have a realistic timeline of when it could be stood up to at least get rid of the wait list? Because there is a wait list of students that are unfortunately not getting educated, and that has a concern as well. And so, and I hate to pressure you like that, Dr. Pace, but time doesn't wait. The kids can't get back their education. And so respectfully, what kind of time frame are we looking at to stand it up?
First of all, the assurances about improved sanitation, as I shared with the board earlier today in our workshop, we are gonna make that a priority with all of our school communications, and I'll get something out even as early as tomorrow when we meet with the principals next week. We will reinforce that expectation. All the supplies are there. Mr. Shatera and his team are checking on that as of today, just to make sure that we're still having the spray, the cleaners, the hand towels, the hand sanitizers, all of those procedures are in place. In terms of standing up a virtual school, we've been advertising for 2 weeks for 2 additional elementary school teachers to expand the elementary school programming for Osceola Virtual School. In terms of digital learning program, as I said, we have our instructional continuity plan, and our curriculum unit plans are aligned, so that in the event we have to quarantine or we have to quarantine a school, we can switch to QP for those particular days and provide that instructional support, not face-to-face instruction all day or virtual instruction all day like we've done in the past, but before. But to do more than that, will require advocacy. That may be something that FSBA wants to take on, FADS wants to take on, in terms of would that be recognized by the state as instructional minutes?
Can you talk to the instructional minutes and the reason it's not?
Yes, one of the challenges is not just about funding, it's not just about the per student funding or the FTE that you would potentially lose, but can we legally award credit towards promotion, towards credit for graduation in that digital environment? And right now, it's not recognized. There is a pilot program that's supposed to be coming out. I've asked the chancellor for that information for the second week, and the memo is not out there yet. We are prepared to stand something up or to submit a pilot application. It can be done through a charter school, but that's not there yet. In terms of kids on a wait list, we have our student services team and Mrs. Clevenger's team at Osceola Virtual School working with each of those individual families to make sure that they're not just sitting at home. And I will follow up specifically to address anything that Ms. Lyles can share with me for different, but I already asked Mr. Flowers tonight to follow up with Marcia Clevenger, the principal at OVS, and our student services attendance team, which is a part of our strategic plan and a part of our SR and ARP plan, to make sure that we're on top of that. Because for students just to be sitting home, if they haven't registered for homeschool, if they're not enrolled in some other option, they're truant. And that's a challenge. So we've got to get in front of that and figure out just how deep the problem is. And I'm happy to provide a report to the board in our board update or at our next board meeting about what that looks like.
And what do you think about another thing that somebody mentioned in the public comments? Because I don't want to, the public comments were long, but I was listening. Somebody thought about a creative solution of using a temporary 504 as part of the IEP to be able to get that credit, and I thought that was interesting. I never really heard about that before.
I'll need to explore that option. I know that our ESE team has been in conversation with the family about whether or not they would qualify for a hospital homebound program through your IEP. Right now, that qualification has not been met. That's a pretty high bar, but we are trying to figure out what other creative solutions that we can find, and certainly Mr. Wheel's recommendation is an interesting one. I'll just have to do some research.
Because I'm pretty sure not everybody's gonna do it, but if it can help 100 families that can use that service, then I think it's an option worth pursuing.
Good.
It is very difficult for our teachers to try to support the learners that are home on quarantine and do the ones face-to-face, as you've heard tonight from Mr. Wheel, from Mr. Garris. I mean, that's a very real struggle. We've dealt with it all last year. We're working hard to get better at this program, but again, it's something that we just have to continually work to try to improve.
Okay, so I guess that my last thing, Mr. Chairman, then, is, no, that's okay, then I'd prefer vote now, but if I can't get a vote now, that if we definitely put it for the vote for next board meeting, because it's within the expiration of the 30-day window. Because the 30-day window, it's not just a 30-day window, but I wanna have a vote before that 30-day window expires. I don't want there be uncertainty. So I think that we owe it to the public, and I know these are tough meetings. I've been on the board before. I never had a 10:30 board meeting before, but this is my job, you know what I mean? And I'm not gonna be afraid to do it either. And so, I ask that it officially gets put on the board meeting, and then we take our statistics and share it, because I'm looking at statistics now, 100 and something at Celebration, but that's for a week. I wanna see a cumulative statistic from when school started to now on just our data, how many quarantines, how many whatever. And I think we also mentioned it at the workshop, was we're not capturing the hospitalization data, but if we can ask, because we only have 2 hospital systems in Osceola County, that they're not required to report it to the state anymore, but at least they can report it to us, school-aged children that have, tested positive for COVID that are hospitalized. So we can make our own informed decision. And I think that if we get that, then it's no longer the boogeyman. It's specifically Osceola County data that we're making our decision off of.
Mr. Arguello, then Ms. Castillo, and then
Yeah.
I've got a comment or two I'd like to make in light of what Drew has just said, and hopefully we can wrap up.
So I'm gonna read something that I wrote here. This is the hyper-conservative publication called The Atlantic. I don't know if anybody's heard about that. I'm being sarcastic. The Atlantic is an extremely liberal magazine. It is a very good, high-quality magazine, but it is very to the left. And this article was written by Vinay Prasad, also to the left. And Mr. Prasad, Dr. Prasad, is a hematologist, oncologist, associate professor of epidemiology and biostatistics at another very conservative place, UC San Francisco. Scientists have an obligation to strive for honesty, and on the question of whether kids should wear masks in schools, particularly preschools and elementary schools, here is what I conclude. The potential educational harms of mandatory masking policies are much more firmly established, at least at this point, than their possible benefits in stopping the spread of COVID in schools. To justify continued masking of school kids with no end date in sight, we have to prove that masks benefit kids and at what ages. States and communities that are considering masking policies just to be safe should recognize that being overly cautious has a cost, while the benefits are uncertain. For most able-bodied adults, masks in public indoor settings pose only minor inconveniences. But children, who even amid the worrisome Delta variant surge are experiencing serious outcomes from COVID-19 at far lower rates than people in older age groups are, have different needs and vulnerabilities than adults. Early childhood is a crucial period when humans develop cultural, language, and social skills, including the ability to detect emotion on other people's faces. Social interactions with friends, parents, and caregivers are integral to fostering children's growth and well-being. Cloth masks do filter some aerosols, albeit not the majority, so they might catch some exhaled viral particles. Newly released results from a large trial in rural Bangladesh found that the widespread use of surgical masks yield a significant reduction in the spread of COVID. The effects of cloth masks was ambiguous, and the study did not include children. But the issue facing educators and parents is whether policy of mandatory masking makes schools safer than a policy of optional masking, and whether the difference is enough to justify the imposition on kids. For one, I read that because this is just being a critical thinker, right? This is not about politics. This is just about thinking about the problems as they are in reality, not someone's agenda. The other thing I'd like to go through is the number one study published by the AMA, okay, points to a combination of studies created at various locations by various entities to support the masking. This is what the majority of scientists are pointing to as the mask resource, okay? So I'm gonna read these studies to you and give you a little tidbit about each one. The source, Hendricks et al., location, a hair salon in Springfield, Missouri. The population studied, 139 patrons at a salon with 2 infected and symptomatic stylists. Universal mask wearing in salon by local ordinance and company policy was the intervention, and the outcome? No COVID infections among 67 patrons who were available for follow-up, okay? Now, here's why I read that first one, because it's almost ridiculous. 67 patrons out of 139 at a hair salon. This is the study, this is the quality of science that we're using to base whether or not we should be wearing masks. A 139 patron study, of which only 67 were contacted or able to be reached, okay, at a hair salon in Missouri, okay? Number 2, Pain et al. Is the study. The USS Theodore Roosevelt. 382 U.S. Navy service personnel, not holding that against the report, self-reported mask wearing. Mask wearing reduced the risk of infection by 70%, they say. The unadjusted odds ratio is 0.30. Okay? Now, when you need a decimal point, okay, to actually tell someone what the number is, that's a bad sign. Okay? It's less than 1%. When you need a decimal point to convince somebody, there better be a whole bunch of dollar signs and digits in front of that decimal point, right? I mean, that's nothing. That is insignificant. Wang, Y, et al., households in Beijing, super credible. 124 households of diagnosed cases comprising of 335 people. Self-reported is the intervention, mask wearing, indexes of more than one in a household. Member prior to indexes cases diagnosed. Mask wearing reduced the risk of secondary infection by 79%. Okay, their adjusted odds ratio, 0.21. Dung, Nguyen, Bangkok, 839 close contacts, 211 index cases, self-reported mask wearing by contact at time of high-risk exposure. Galloway, Arizona state population. This is a state population, and the study is mandatory mask wearing. Temporal association between institution of mask wearing policy and subsequent decline in new diagnoses. That was their conclusion, a temporal association between the institution of mask wearing policy and subsequent decline. They did not state the numbers. Rater, 374,021 persons who completed web-based surveys. Web-based surveys. Self-reported mask wearing. Wang, Boston, I know that this is boring, believe me. Boston, Massachusetts, 9,850 healthcare workers, universal mask wearing in healthcare. Again, the estimated weekly decline in new diagnoses among healthcare workers was 3.4% after full implementation of the mask wearing. That's in a hospital setting where they're treating COVID. Jena, Germany, by Meets, population over 15, mandatory mask wearing in public spaces, estimated daily decline of 1.32%. Van Dyke, Kansas, state population, the mandatory masks decreased COVID by 0.08. In the counties where they did not have mask mandates, it decreased by 0.11%. Okay, a 0.03% difference. 15 U.S. state population mandatory mask wearing estimated overall daily decline was 0.9%. I agree, all right? These are not super exciting, but I read through all of them, and none of this is super compelling, okay? If you think the synopsis is boring, imagine reading this whole thing, and there's nothing in here that says, you know what? I really got to protect my kids. My kid has to wear a mask. I read all 10 of these studies, many pages. I should have been writing law stuff, but I wasn't. I was doing this. And you know what? There's nothing in here that says if I put a mask on my kid, that my kid's life is going to be either endangering yours or saving mine. It's just not here. 0.03%, 0.1%. It's just not there. And you know what the differences are? The differences are in the variables. So this is what the AMA states. These are the reasons that you should wear a mask, and just those reasons to me are not compelling.
Ms. Castillo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Melendez, for bringing up the issue and also for insisting on us using local data to make our decisions. I really appreciate that. I did want to go ahead and let the board know because it seems like we are all concerned about the digital option and how we can make that happen. Next week, Osceola County is hosting FSBA's legislative subcommittees, federal and state in OTEC, and one of the things that we are going to be discussing is the innovative pilot programs as we used last year. This is one of the things that we want to go ahead and advocate for, so I wanted to go ahead and just let you guys know, because Dr. Pace, you did state that this might be an advocacy thing. We are already doing that, so maybe we can get some good news, but until then, Dr. Pace, thank you so much for looking into us increasing our capacity for the digital option that we do have right now. That's it.
Mr. Bass, you have any other stuff?
No, I'm good.
I've got a couple kind of things that are on my mind about this.
Yeah.
And it's really, I will just tell you, if I had to vote right this minute, I don't know how I vote. I do believe that we had a track record last year that was very good in schools. I think our infection rates were considerably lower than our community infection rates. But the questions I have are, if we have parents, I have a real problem putting something in place that we don't have an enforcement if people don't want to do it. If we're teaching kids that you know, this is a rule, but you really don't have to follow it if your parents don't want to. Where does that stop? I just put a pocket knife. I don't really care that that's the rule, but I put one in my pocket because I wanted to do that. So coming up with a mandate that we don't believe will be followed, one, two, we don't have a solution or a remedy for people who don't follow it. Probably because we don't have some of the digital options in place. The state's not going to allow the child to receive credit for doing some of the digital stuff. I've got a real concern about mental health issues of isolation. We know we had problems with that last year. If we start coming up with a mandate and kids have to be isolated, how do we address that? I don't know the answer to these things. I'm just giving you the 5 or 6 things that are kind of on my head as we've gone through the whole discussion today from the audience and from us. What do we do about the kids that want to go virtual? We don't have that system set up right now to handle that many kids. There is a financial impact that we need to be aware of. For example, if 10% of our kids chose to not go to school, and let's just say you're either going to have a mask on or you're not going to be in the school building. Say 10% of our kids say, well, then I'm not going. The cost of that to the school district is probably in the 15, Dr. Pace and I did some rough calculations, we doubled it, I think, but say it would be probably in the neighborhood of about $15 million in reduced funding. $15 million in reduced funding equates to somewhere to 300 to 400 teachers. What would we do with those teachers that we wouldn't be able to pay because we don't have the funding? More importantly, let's just say at some point this thing goes away, which it's got to. What do we do about not having 400 teachers anymore? How do we address that? These are things that concern me, and I know we can get into my decision on health or not. There's some realistic operational things that we've got to think about that impact this decision. Like I say, to me, what I would personally want to do is probably an easy decision. What I think we have to do is I don't know what the answer to that is. There is a stay out there right now that says if we were to do this, we're going to have a fight with the governor. He's cutting money. He's cutting lots of other things. Would we want to consider as a board jump out in front of that and say, fine, if we're going to do this, if we're going to mandate, let's go ahead and stop our salaries and say you want to cut our salaries, we beat you to it. I don't know if we'd want to do something like that or not. These are things that I keep thinking about. We do have people out there fighting that fight, in other places. When I hear the conversations from the people on both sides, that it's a small percentage of people getting the virus. I don't remember, somebody said it here up here today or the last meeting, I don't remember which. I don't care anything about numbers if one of them's my child. So one child matters. I cannot look at this well, it's only going to be 10 kids in this district that are going to die by stats. I can't do that because every child matters. Every child matters to everybody in this room. I know it matters to everybody in this room. So I've got to figure out in my own mind, how do I weigh that? So these are some of the things before I would want to vote that I need help with from the board probably, and probably from the school district, Dr. Pace and her crew as well. Mr. Melendez, you want to comment on that? Then Mr. Arguello, and if it's okay, I'd like to adjourn.
Yes, sir.
So we can go to our next executive meeting.
So real quick, as a potential solution, I don't want to just belabor things a lot, but I remember the federal government said that they're willing to help, like, for instance, with the mask mandate, they're willing to inject some money lost if the government took away. Well, why don't we ask the federal government to give us money for, like, the digital option? So if they got a pot of money willing to give us for that, because the state of Florida said, well, we're not going to pay for option number 2.
It's not just the payment. It's also on the state not allowing them to have credit.
But is that for Osceola virtual school or the digital option where you got like the full instruction?
The digital option. Osceola Virtual School receives reduced funding, but it still is funded, and it's recognized for instructional credit as a part of a formalized virtual school program. The hybrid option, the digital option that we did last year, is not currently recognized for instructional minutes.
So even if we got the funding for it, the kids wouldn't get the academic credit, is what
And
you're
in
saying.
terms of the federal dollars, the relief that they've offered is not that they would offer more money, but that you as a district, as a board, could determine that you wanted to allocate some of your ESSER ARP dollars for that purpose if the state approved your plan. They're not saying that we'll offer districts money on top of what's already been offered in terms of that federal relief fund, at least to the best of my knowledge. I will tell you just and I know you want to go, I'm just gonna hush.
Well, I'll just leave it at that. And I just want to say, Dr. Pace, because I didn't get a chance to say it during the evaluation, we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I do appreciate the fact that we had that conversation, like with the SRO task force. Even in my evaluation of you, there's areas where I thought you were excellent. There's some areas that I thought that can use a little bit of improvement. And you've acknowledged every single one of them, and we're kind of growing together. And I appreciate that. And the other thing I do appreciate about you too is, because everyone can sit there and say the greatest thing in the world, I like to give like an honest assessment. I've asked you a couple of questions before, and you're honest with me. And to me, that's humility, to tell me, you know what, Julius, I don't know that, or I'm gonna look into that, or that's something I'm not very familiar with that. So I appreciate it, at least in your interaction with me, that you don't overcommit yourself to something that you cannot deliver. And so we've been able to work through those, and for that reason, I was willing to extend your contract, because I believe that we can collaboratively work together to try to make this district better.
Mr. Williams.
The motion.
Mr. Williams.
Yeah, so one, I'm glad that you mentioned it, it's essentially the legal ramifications of us going against, against the state.
Go ahead and finish, and then I'll tell them why we're not gonna vote.
The other thing is to me, the people that I trust is the teachers. If we're gonna mandate a mask, then really that should be maybe a teacher decision, because we don't have the knowledge nor the data to prove that we should be forcing masks upon everyone. It should maybe be kicked back for a conversation between teachers and parents of those teachers. So if there's a teacher and a parent that wanna have a conversation about masks in their classroom, which they have control of and they're exposed to me that makes sense, right? I can go to my teacher and say, hey, you know what? I really don't want little Johnny to wear a mask, right? Can you please excuse him? And that has a lot more of a respectful tone than just us, the district, saying everybody's gonna wear masks for a political reason. No one's gonna wear masks for a political reason. It's just better. I mean, what happened when the teachers had control of their classrooms? They're already being told a million different things that they have to do, and it would just be better if that was just another decision that they can easily make with the families that they teach and the kids that they teach. I just think that's a better placed policy that is not so cumbersome and is not so controversial.
Okay, we are done. Let me give you one little quick, the reason we did not vote, we do not vote on items that are on a published agenda a week out that come up at this meeting. There were 50 people here, 100 people, I don't know how many people were here to discuss this issue. I can tell you, I told several media outlets today, I said, it's not on our agenda. I don't think there's gonna be a vote or a discussion. So procedurally, we don't do that to anybody and on any issue. I think I said that early on in the meeting today, to be clear about that. Secondly, just as a point for the next meeting, when we will vote on it, we can choose, if you chose to do it this way, we can take all the comments in the record to this meeting, put them in the record of the next meeting, and not have to go through everyone. But that's y'all's call. If it's a public meeting, you will have the opportunity to speak. If you want to say it all again, we can sit here and say it all again. I think we've heard it. I think we know where you're coming from. But thank you all for your patience. Good job tonight of maintaining and having a civil meeting, and I thank you for that. And we are adjourned. Well, no, we're not adjourned. We're recessed.
We are not.
We're recessed for